not that. I don't know where the hell that came from. Okay, where's my channel? Alright, let's see. Am I coming in through? Alright, hello. Am I coming in through? There we go. I hear you, Raph. How are you doing, Raph? Am I coming in through? There we go. I hear you, Raph. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. How are you doing? I hear you, Raph. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. How are you doing? I hear you, Raph. How are you doing? I'm doing okay.
Yeah, that's right.
No, stop. I'm doing okay.
Yeah, that's right.
No, stop.
Yeah, that's right.
No, stop.
Yeah, that's right.
No, stop.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, that was creepy beyond compare. Okay, so I don't know how many. Hey, hey, Goji Shay. Hey there, Raph. Thanks for your comment on my Facebook post earlier today. Yes, Goji Shay, and all the again. I won't say it because it's a private matter, but all the best to you. I already kind of screwed up there. Also, apologies for the weird echo effect from earlier. I had no idea that just goes into an infinity loop like that. Okay, so nothing major tonight. I just felt like doing some artwork online and to also maybe play some stuff. So we'll see what happens. I have a good idea what we're going to play while I'm doing artwork, but we'll see what happens if I can even do a dual screen here. But yeah, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a late night thing, and thankfully I worked the settings just right. Let me make sure that terrible audio thing is gone. Right. Let me make sure that terrible audio thing is gone. Right. Okay, yeah. Weird. It just goes into it. You know, usually, like if I do a YouTube stream and I can hear myself over it, it's just those two outputs of audio. But when it gets to Twitch, it just starts like a weird Mobius effect. So it's just very bizarre. So yeah, Goji Shay, tonight I'm going to try to do some artwork, but at the same time, I think I'm going to play some classic Doctor Who because it's Tom Baker's 89th birthday today, if I'm not mistaken, or it was yesterday. And I've never seen Robots of Death, and that's considered one of the all-time greats of the Tom Baker era. Even though I think I have the DVD somewhere, but it's one of those situations where I saw the DVD for cheap, picked it up, but never had a proper chance to sit down and watched it. I don't even think I checked out the extras. And that is a good one. Okay, Goji Shay, you've seen it. But yeah, it's like, granted, I know, and we are doing an episode of the movie Graveyard Shift this coming Sunday night, where we're going to be watching Little Miss Sunshine. I had no choice in the matter. I think I've already seen the movie. So, but we'll see what happens with, we'll see how that goes. So, but yeah, we're starting that again after a 3-week break. So, hold on. There's some things I need to get rid of that shouldn't be aboard. So, and I don't know if they show up. No, I think we're good here. Okay. Yeah, but no dual screen, and I don't know. But also, when I play the things, I'll talk over it. But yeah, tonight's just going to be a regular just stream and see what kind of artwork I do. And I'll try to share the artwork stuff on the side, but we'll see how that goes. So yeah, and also this is just kind of a good test ground to see what I do. But there's 2 people watching, and more recent movie that Brayton likes, huh? Yeah, something like that. And sadly, I don't know if I'm ever going to get a chance to show a movie I want to show on that stream. I thought about maybe doing a couple of Doctor Who episodes, but we'll see. There is one Doctor Who related thing I think would be a good candidate for the movie Graveyard Shift, but we'll see what happens. So, but yeah, this is your late night watch. And again, I've never seen Robots of Death, so that will be something interesting to do tonight. I will not be muting myself, so I will be talking alongside you. But let me play a couple of like little things before we go into the main feature tonight. That way I can set up some stuff and come back to you guys. So, but let me find something relatively short to play while you all wait for me to do stuff. Oh, wait a minute. RAF video tidbits, temporary filler. What's that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Oh yeah, I guess I can play these. Okay. Yeah, let's see how these go. And then play... Oh, wait. Okay. Play with... Yeah, I'm just going to play some quick tidbits while I prepare some things here. So... Alright, let's see how this goes.
You're watching the 100 Greatest Family Films, and I'm in this one with Digby.
No,
he
you're
had
not.
the bigger part.
At 92, it's the family hound that you really wouldn't want to be cleaning up after. It's Digby.
When I saw you there with your long shaggy hair
I hope you saw it on the big screen in 1973.
and your big
Now the size of a house. Got it?
Unfortunately, the dog doesn't stop growing. It just keeps growing and growing and becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And so it becomes literally a weapon of
Jim
mass
Dale, the best
destruction.
part of Pete's Dragon. Unless you're a big Red Buttons fan.
There were some bizarre moments. For instance, when the dog was in the big ravine, a fiberglass model of the ravine was made, placed in the forefront, and then Jim Dale and myself were on the roof of a car park about 400 yards away. So they're quite basic effects in those days. And most of the time in a studio was just surrounded with, you know, blue walls and that would have the dog's face put onto it later.
Look at the size of him.
Why does everybody hate Digby? He wouldn't hurt a fly.
Oh, there we go.
The army were going to kill him and all that, and we had like 24 hours to save the dog. And so I was thrown into his mouth, basically, to pour the antidote in.
Oh yeah, unfortunately you can't see the weird crap that's happening right now. Unless I do this.
A massive polystyrene mouth was made with the fiberglass teeth and a great big foam rubber tongue, with various people behind the scenes pouring water to keep the tongue wet and sloppy and everything. And I had to
Brayton,
crawl
I
into
see you
that,
in the chat.
pour
If
this
you
great
want
big
to come
demi-drum
along and
of
join
antidote
me,
down this,
watch some
dog's
classic
throat.
Doctor Who that doesn't suck. Just let
Well,
me
Billy,
know.
that's about all
If
we
not,
can
it's
do
just
now.
me.
The audience has lapped it up. Haha, if you pardon the pun. They really got into it, you know, which was nice in the spirit of the thing.
The antidote worked.
So everyone lived happily ever after, and the film became a bank holiday TV favourite.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world. Living creatures from the dawn of time. What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create? Dinosaurus, the most amazing, astounding, astonishing adventure of them all, beyond anything your mind can imagine, never before seen on the screen.
I'm gonna rip off a Jurassic Park, I'm just saying. Oops. Okay.
Hold on! Hold on!
Yeah, I think that's gonna work. Little screen alongside whatever. I just kind of want to cover up these dumb advertisements from Photopia. They're not paying me money. Okay. I was joking about seeing Mrs. Sunshine. I just did that just to kind of poke, just to annoy you. I'm not in a happy mood. Okay. So yeah, I don't know if you guys feel okay. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Hold on, let me change the display.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, the heavens played host to awesome space battles, luminescent laser swords, a sinister tyrant, endearingly quirky robots, and Baywatch star David Hasselhoff.
Okay, I think that works. Yeah, I'll let these shorts play and then we'll move on to...
A strange feeling I am getting.
All right.
Of deja vu. It's probably impossible to overstate the impact of Star Wars on popular culture, let alone the box office. So when producer Nat Waxberger called up Italian writer-director Luigi Cozzi in the summer of 1977 and asked him to make a space opera just like Star Wars, well, how could he refuse? Waxberger said, "I'll be in Rome in 10 days, have a script ready by then." Cozzi agreed, but there was just one problem he failed to mention. He had never seen Star Wars.
That's hardly surprising, because Star Wars wouldn't be released in Italy for another 6 months. But as luck would have it, Cozzi, a sci-fi buff, just happened to have in his library the novelization of Star Wars, which had been published the previous year. That became his key to experiencing the story of the film, and from there, he began work on his own version, Star Crash. Star Crash follows buxom space heroine Stella Star on a mission to rescue the benevolent Emperor's son from the sinister, scenery-chewing Count Zarth Arn. During her journey, she teams up with L, a police robot with the looks of Darth Vader but filling the sidekick role of C-3PO, and the handsome but mysterious Simon, played by a young David Hasselhoff.
Having the mini,
all the Star Wars hallmarks are present, from massive spaceships and laser battles to lightsabers and mysterious spiritual superpowers. It even has, in a sense, 2 Death Stars. One is Count Zarth Arn's ultimate weapon, so large it takes an entire planet to conceal it. And the other is the Count's space station, an enormous claw, where the final battle takes place in a sequence echoing the climax of A New Hope. Although the Star Wars aesthetic is unmistakable, Star Crash is no mere clone. Because Luigi Cozzi was a huge fan of all things science fiction, the film is a love letter to the entire genre. The first spaceship we see is named after favorite sci-fi author Murray Leinster. Scenes are shot on the same beaches as those used in Ray Harryhausen's The Golden Voyage of Sinbad, and Stella Star battles a giant robotic guardian in a sequence virtually duplicated from Harryhausen's Jason and the Argonauts. Indeed, despite the producer's mandate for a Star Wars knockoff, Cozzi conceived his movie as
Am I a little louder than the video?
And distinctly un-Star Wars-like was the producer's insistence on the inclusion
Hello, everybody.
of
How you
dinosaurs
doing?
and cavemen. This was because
Hey.
one of the film's backers was American
That works a little
International
better.
Pictures, who had just done very
All right.
well at the box office.
This
with their
movie,
film,
Caveman
The Land
Steals the
That Time
Show.
Forgot,
The video's
which
audio
featured
is a
both
little
of those
louder.
elements.
Okay,
Thus,
that's
our
good.
heroes
All right,
do
awesome.
face off against a horde of
Okay,
cavemen,
so
and although a
unfortunately I
dinosaur
can't really
sequence
see
was
the
filmed,
comments all
it
that
was
well
not
without
included
going to
in the
this
final
dumb
cut.
infinity screen.
Unfortunately, as one might
So
expect
I'm
for a
going to
70s
see
Italian
if
genre
I
picture,
can...
The budget for Star Crash was very low, and less than $30,000 was allotted for special effects. This placed an enormous burden on effects artist Armando Valcata, who had simply been shown a
that
bootleg
sucks.
videotape of
Okay.
Star Wars and instructed to make his models look like that. He had his work cut
All
out
right,
for
I
him.
can't even I can't even check my
Splashy outer space
emails.
vistas
All
were
right,
created
well,
with
Brayton,
little
if you
more
want to be
than
on
black
board, you
construction
let me
paper and
know
colored lights. The ships were lovingly
through the
built and
chat
textured
section
using
because I can't
extras
check
from
anything
model
without
kits,
it opening a
but
lot
also,
of
to
detail.
save money, the plastic mold
All right.
rollers that
Oh, well.
hold those pieces
Okay,
together
that's
in the
good.
box.
All right. Do you
And
guys want the
everything from the
video
dogfights
screen
in
a little
space
bigger? Let me
to
make the
battle
video
with the
screen a
giant
little bigger.
golems were achieved using classic in-camera techniques.
Windows.
The production of the film was a study in adversity. The cast and crew wrestled with extreme temperatures, union strikes, and constant money troubles. During the most
Oh,
difficult
yeah, okay,
days,
I can make that a little
wages and
bigger.
per diems might be paid out of the producer's own pockets, from shady suitcases
Okay.
of cash, or occasionally not at all. But nearly everyone stuck with the film
Alright, that
out
sucks.
of passion and faith in the project, and their perseverance
Okay, hold
was
on. I'm going to
rewarded
try
with
something.
terrific box office success. Star Crash is nothing short of a marvel. Exciting, silly, beautifully shot, and filled with a joy for the genre that is positively infectious.
After it was completed, legendary B-movie producer Roger Corman picked up Star Crash for US distribution as an inexpensive way to test the waters for making his own Star Wars-inspired epic. The fruit of his labors was Battle Beyond the Stars, which was itself a remake of Akira Kurosawa's The Seven Samurai. Thanks so much for watching, and may the Force be, mass times acceleration.
Okay, so the problem is I need to check my private messages, and I don't want to be going back and forth to do all that. So, window capture. Add existing, make source visible. Right, obviously. Photopia.
There's a huge monster gorilla that's constantly growing to outlandish proportions, loose in the
Okay.
streets.
Window, match priority. Match tile, otherwise find window of same type. Capture, alright.
Brought out of the jungle and turned into a wild beast beyond man's understanding.
I am your master, and you must obey me. Now you no longer have any fears.
Starring Michael Goff as Dr. Decker, who stole the jungle's secrets of sorcery to distill Satan's black magic in his own laboratory. Margot Johns as the girl who becomes an accessory to murder, with Claire Gordon as the young student. Trapped with a madman in a nightmare world of fear, jealousy, and passion.
Let me go!
Sandra, you know I loved you!
The jungle scene of color, excitement, and spectacle is thrillingly mixed with the close mystery of strange insectivorous and carnivorous plants. See them, fear them, and feel the anger and the anguish of Jess Conrad in a picture charged with powerful emotion. Conga, the most fantastic beast of all time. Not since King Kong has a screen exploded with such mighty fury and spectacle. In the new process of spectramation and Eastman color, he grows in size and terror before your eyes. In a film that fills the screen with giant entertainment.
You're very fortunate not to see Conga, so... Okay.
About a year and a half ago, I did a short film about a giant fish destroying Tokyo, trying to capture the same flair of the Japanese giant monster movies of the 60s, which when I grew up, I
Oh!
great.
Okay, I think we're going to be okay then.
Based on that, and having the producers
Alright, hold on.
that I was the right person to work on Zarkor.
Yeah, I think after Zarkor we'll start the movie.
Not only was I designing the
Or we'll watch
effects,
something, we'll see what
coming up with
happens.
the sequences, I was also shooting most of the sequences, lighting the sets, and basically organizing all the various office managerial administration things at the same time. There are many times where I'd be sitting there calling action behind a camera, working on a dolly move at the same time while some of the other crew members would, of course, like operate the effects and let the monster go through his paces.
I'm the biggest Ultraman fan in the world, so I think every Ultraman monster in the world had inspired me. And I had worked as a designer before I directed and had actually designed some of the Ultraman shows. The ones shot here in the United States.
He's talking about Ultraman Powered.
Pretty huge fan of that kind of stuff, so it was a natural thing.
Okay, is it better or worse than Ape in your opinion, Raph? Conga?
John Fidel, who also
Better than Conga, but that's not saying much. So, wait, no. Conga is better than Ape, but that's not saying much. So,
and then what we do is when we have a big
all right.
day, I bring in a crew of like 6 or 8 other people that have done this type of thing before, knew what they were doing, and that way we can actually shoot all of these things out at one time.
It's very cool. I love Godzilla. I love more than anything in the world. So I couldn't refuse to work on this. It was excellent being in the suit. You know, I couldn't like.
Okay, so I can see comments, so everything will be all right.
Directly in front of me.
But the only problem is there's just so many windows open. But no, I think Conga is a much better movie than Ape. So, okay.
You really had the Zarkor hand swipe and tail wag down to a fine art. If you watch a Zarkor kind of tracking through
756, 1223,
his
756.
tail is his tail hand motion is it's almost like a ballet. I think that the Joffrey.
Don't overhype it, my nerdy friend.
Pick up some pretty slick movies. Shooting monsters. There's a trick to the camera angles of shooting monsters. Now, as you see right now, the camera is in a very classic monster position. Also using Citizen Kane when you want to make people look like monsters. But as you can see, as I approach towards camera,
okay.
That is a very good monster approach. Now you can
So
also,
what you say?
camera, could you go high up right now, please? Thank you. This is also another very good as the monster's trashing through town, and you can have like the little miniature people down there screaming and running through the use of wonderful special effects. Another great monster is come very close up. This is a very good monster. Notice the hands, the fear. Great. The thing that's super exciting about Monster Island Entertainment is they're bringing us like the big picture movie monsters, which we have not seen since like the early 60s. And it is a treat to see them finally back.
Alright. Okay, now I can see the comments and I can do the artwork and watch videos too. So, okay, I guess we're good here. A little labyrinth for a t-shirt commercial, don't you think, everybody? Oh. There's a second one of these coming. That's Gang Q. Sorry, Raph, I said I missed what you said about liking Ape or Conga more. I prefer Conga over Ape, but ultimately there's better gorilla movies out there. Conga. No, I've never seen Congo. That might be an interesting what if for the movie Graveyard Shift, whatever. No, says Brayton. So, Okay, yeah. Now tonight we're just going to unwind. I know we've... Oh, what the hell is this? Time Frame Productions. Is this a short, or did I screw myself over? What is this? Oh! Yeah, this is a nearly hour-long fan-made documentary dedicated to Fury of the Deep. So, it's not... It used to be available in America, but then they blocked it in American regions. Thankfully, with VPN, I was able to rescue it off YouTube. But we're not going to watch this. We'll get into, like, real Doctor Who. And again, Brayton, if you want to join me, you let me know in the, whatever. If you want to join me, great. If not, I'll see you Sunday. But yeah, no, I know that a lot of us have had a horrible week. We're just here to unwind. So, yeah. So, yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this. Okay, let me transition it out. Yeah, I might play this documentary later in the night. But yeah, this is me just working on the big gorilla here. And then we'll just do that. But I'll be up for questions. I can join in about 10 minutes. Oh, okay, awesome. I will bring Brayton aboard. Okay, then now I gotta open the chat room, and I gotta do that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's been a terrible week for me, so I'm just going to unwind, and hopefully Brayton will lighten our spirits. He's our resident... Like, what's the opposite of... What's a classy clown? A mime? No, mimes talk. A comedian. An old school vaudevillian comedian. There you go. So, alright. StreamYard is what I'm trying to think of. Okay. StreamYard. Gonna open it up. Invite people. Enter studio. Stop cam. Enter studio. Add to stream. Or I'm probably going to get yelled at. We'll see what happens. Friday is supposed to be date night. Okay, this is me stupid now. Silly. Alright. No, leave it on. Turn it off. Okay. Yeah, fine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. Not a very professional show. I gotta figure out a better way to do this program, but we'll see. Okay, invite guests. Goji, I'll bring you aboard on another night. So right now I gotta deal with the Brayster. The Brayton. Oh no. Oh no. So we'll see what happens. We'll all suffer together. I know you've seen Robots of Death. I have not seen Robots of Death. So, but we'll see what happens. So, okay, but I'm up for questions if you want to throw some at me. I know... Okay, I'll just do some silly kaiju talk because that's all I'm good for. I know today was the last episode of Ultraman Decker, and while it wasn't a bad finale, it definitely kind of felt a little underwhelming compared to everything they were building up to. Apparently we're supposed to be getting a Gaia-inspired follow-up, but one that is a little on the crossover-y side. Not crossoveries. What's that? So, the crossover side, sort of similar to how Kamen Rider Decade dealt with a Kamen Rider character traveling other dimensions and meeting different Kamen Riders, even knowing that half the time they chose not to get original actors and series and just created their own kind of semi-skewed versions of those shows. But yeah, that's apparently the idea for the next next Ultraman series. Quite frankly, I wish they just did something a little more original. So if this turns out not to be a Gaia-inspired series, that's more than alright. But yeah, Goji Shay, anything you want to ask me, go right ahead. And to anybody else who joins us tonight, we might not do Robots of Death right away. If Brayton's up for it, we might do an episode of Mystery Science Theater I've never seen, but he might recommend. And the great thing about my setup is that I can actually play stuff off Tubi for you. So that should not be a problem. But we'll see what happens. We're just here to talk with friends. We're just here to schmoo. So like I said, I had an exceptionally difficult week. So sorry if I just stuck to like flippant stuff on the kaiju websites. And that was basically it. So what's this? No. Okay. Oh, where is the paint? Okay, every time I need the paint thing, it's nowhere to be found. Okay. That's always kind of difficult. Eyedropper, yeah, that's what I want. Eyedropper. Okay. Can't hide from me, eyedropper. So yeah, this was originally meant to be a title card for Brendan Tenold. Back when Blip TV was having its implosion, thanks to being bought out by Disney indirectly through Maker Studio. And the idea was that we're going to try to do as many title cards as possible. But unfortunately, Blip TV kicked him off and many other people before the whole system itself was basically destroyed, thanks to Disney. So one of the few reliable competitors against YouTube was annihilated. Thankfully, Nebula gladly kind of stepped in, created by people who used to be on Blip TV, most notably Lindsay Ellis. And I honestly don't know what the hell happened with Lindsay Ellis. I know she ran away. Not ran away, I don't want to say that. Because when you're under stress, you do things, okay? And sadly, there's a lot of people I know who, when they get under stress, they get scared, so. But we'll see what happens, so. And also, Brayton, just to let you know, the movie Graveyard Shift, Brayton has edited most of the audio for the majority of the episodes. I just need to find some extra room to upload the last 2 episodes that needs editing. But no, so far there's sort of a unlisted playlist that will be made public later once we get the first season episodes up. But it features the uncut chats and hopefully some of the future episodes that come. So we are preparing work on that. And I am excited about it because I've been thinking a lot about what kind of stuff to watch on tonight's show. But like I said, we'll see what happens. Goji Shay says, well, I can't really think of any questions right now, but I thought I'd let you know that I've been watching The Outer Limits. Last episode I watched was the Xanthi Misfits. That was really good. Yeah, the Xanthi Misfits, I don't think it's really... Oh, I'm going to take a drink. Actually, I should grab some water to annoy everybody. So... Hold on, I'm going to play a very brief, something brief. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's right. I have a music video section. Oh. What's all this? Dirty Goblin Girl art. Why is this here? Go away. If you see it, I apologize immensely. If you don't, I shouldn't have said it. Oh, Nelly. Okay, so I'm going to play a couple of music videos while I go out and get some... Uh-oh. Okay. Music videos? Where did all the music videos go? I had tons of music videos. I can't find any of them. Oopsie doozy, ripsy hoopsy. Okay. Rap video tidbits. Oh, 2 hour ready. Okay, here we go. Music videos. Okay, yeah, I'll play a couple of music videos just for now. Although I think some of these might not end up popping up, so we'll see what happens. So, okay, yeah, I'll play like 1 or 2 of these, and then,
ladies and gentlemen, the Peddlers.
all right, I'll be back while I grab a drink.
The door on the world and its troubles. We don't need nobody else. When there's you and me, we've got all that we need. I don't want to hear the shallow words the world is saying. games they're playing, so I stay to join in. When the people come knocking, tell the world we're not in. Tell the world we're not in. Why be part of life's jigsaw puzzle? As long as there's the two of us, we don't need no one to make the pieces fit. I don't want to hear the shallow words the world is saying. I don't want to play the complicated games they're playing, so I stay to join in. When Les Dawson comes knocking, tell the world we're not in.
Okay, I'm back. I'll let this one finish.
I don't want to hear the shallow words the world is saying.
Uh-oh. We got a guest. Hold on. So, I will bring you in a moment. Tell the world we're not in. World we're not in. Oh yeah. Will the world we're not in. Yeah. Oh, we're not in. We're not in. We're not in. Okay, let me stop this so I can hear you. Okay, can you hear me, friend?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
Whenever I grace you with my presence, I'm greeted with like a heart-dropping, oh no. Like you just spotted the tidal wave.
I don't. The Brayton wave comes to Leslie Nielsen.
I love his reaction to that as, oh my god.
Okay, so Brayton, know that you're loved. We're just here to have fun.
I wasn't feeling unloved. I was feeling stressed out.
Yeah, no. Just know this. When I get stressed out, I tend to bury myself in a world of stupid monster whimsy and bullshit. So, but no, I'm.
If you've seen a movie, let me know beforehand.
Yeah, no. That was me being a little facetious mean. I apologize about that. I will make the public apology here, and you can make a video loop saying how dumb Raffi is.
Yeah, not so tough when you're looking eye to eye with the dandy, are you?
Yeah. Well, you're in a safe distance, so we're still okay. Goji Shea says,
and I'm wearing my threatening codpiece too, which puts you at a disadvantage.
the one that's just like a toy bull.
Yes.
Yeah, a toy bull with the googly eyes. So.
Or one googly eye, since my picture here is Peter Falk.
Yes. So why Peter? So you've been getting to Columbo a lot lately.
I just finished Columbo. I've watched all 69 episodes.
Really?
A lucky number.
Okay.
Yeah. It's my new obsession. It's like, I'm not a huge TV person as I am a movie person. Obviously, I can probably name 10 TV shows that I'm really even passionate about all that much.
Mm-hmm.
But Columbo is it's quickly become like one of my top favorites.
Yeah, I need to watch more episodes. I only saw that first episode, and I thought that was a pretty decent little movie.
Yeah,
so
the one that Spielberg directed, Prescription or Murder by the Book.
Oh yeah. Then it's like it turns out the actress girlfriend pulls a fast one on her cheating husband friend or something.
Oh well, I think you're thinking of the pilot then. There's a lot to go through. And we'll have a Columbo night maybe in the future.
That wouldn't be a bad idea. I know some of the early episodes were TV movie length, and that would be a good, check out some of the...
I've told you about the one with Donald Pleasance, which is one of the best ones, and I'll say this, just quickly, just to get this off my chest, since I've been on in the incubation, or not the incubation tank, the sensory deprivation Columbo tank these past few months.
Mm-hmm.
I began watching it around Thanksgiving, and I literally would watch it as a bedtime story of sorts. So I can kind of relate to Fred Savage in the Princess Bride, where he has Peter Falk come in and read him bedtime stories.
How you doing, kid?
Yeah.
As you wish. Just one more thing. I believe you murdered the other kids on the Wonder Years.
Oh, no.
I love the show. It's kind of structured to sort of relate to you and the kids. it's kind of structured like an Ultraman episode, I guess. Because, you establish the evil force at the beginning, the murderer in this case.
Yes, the special guest kaiju in the form of Dick Van Dyke.
Yeah, you set up the murder. Dick Van Dyke that episode's amazing too.
Yeah, we might actually, let's use the Dick Van Dyke if it's a 2-hour one or a 90-minute one.
There are so many great ones, and the great thing about it is he may have, like, next to Batman, next to the 66 Batman, I think he has the most impressive rogues gallery on TV, like, ever.
Yeah,
when it comes to weekly villains.
Yeah, well, it's very unlikely there's recurring characters on that show, isn't there?
There's no reoccurring characters outside of him, obviously, and his dog, who's amazing. He's a chubby little basset hound, just named Dog. But there's a reoccurring actor named Jack Cassidy, though, who appears as a jealous part of a publishing team in the Spielberg episode. He appears as a murdering magician in a later episode, and he plays as a guy who hires a bomb expert to kill his wife in a future episode. So
oh my goodness!
But they can get a little formulaic in the sense of an Ultraman episode, but
yeah.
The show is so well written that it sort of subverts expectations, to borrow that phrase.
Okay.
It's just a weird sort of thing where the show basically lasted for 40 years, but only has 69 episodes to its name. Because sometimes there would be like 3 episodes per season, because it really wasn't produced like a regular show. It was part of the NBC Sunday Night Mystery Movie package, which had other shows like Quincy and McMillan and Wife that they would rotate week to week.
Okay. Oh, that reminds me, before we go, we will talk with you for a little bit, but I do want to watch the movie and do some artwork. Do you, would you want to stick around for a supposedly great episode of Doctor Who that I've not seen, or do you want to pick an episode of Mystery Science Theater I've never seen, just to fill up tonight? Or you just want to talk for a little bit?
I don't care.
Okay.
I'd rather not do the Mystery Science Theater thing tonight.
Okay. I'm Mystery Science Theater out. The puppets have been giving me too much hard time.
I would say, though, for an episode of this, I'd like to do on the movie Graveyard Shift at some point. It'd be fun to do a TV month. We could do it then.
Oh, yeah, because, what is it? Goji Shea says he's been getting into the Outer Limits, and he saw the Xanthi Misfits recently.
Oh,
and
my God.
Yeah, and like you've mentioned, there's been hour-long episodes of The Twilight Zone from the 4th season, unless I'm mistaken. Yes, that would be, which would be good, especially since outside the one where, what's his face? Falls in love with a doll. I've never really seen any of those.
Robert Duvall?
Robert Duvall, thank you.
Yeah.
So
isn't that the one that was fell out of, because the 4th season in general sort of fell out of syndication for the longest time, and it was never really included with the other stream, like until, is it Paramount Plus or Peacock? One of the things of the right to the Twilight Zone now?
Fuck people. Fuck Paramount Plus.
I think it's Paramount Plus. But anyway, my point was that when the Twilight Zone was on Netflix forever, it was never included with that, because it was maybe 1, 2, 3, and then 5.
Yeah, the weird thing is my experience with the Twilight Zone has always been with television. I remember they would never show the hour-long episodes during the regular syndicated spots, do the commercial things, but whenever a Twilight Zone marathon started, they do a big deal. It's like rarely seen hour-long episodes. Yeah. And apparently the Robert Duvall one, it was so popular that they did something for a brief time, and I don't know if this was on TBS or KCAL5 or something, where when it got into the doll sequences, they colorized them.
Oh.
Yeah, so I don't know what that's about. But no, those episodes have disappeared from syndication. It's so sad, too, because the Twilight Zone, they heavily edit those episodes down to fit commercials. And even worse, in, like, recent years, ever since, like, 2005, they sped up the episodes further.
Yeah, which that's really stupid. They do that with movies sometimes, too.
Yeah, it's even on streaming service. Like, what is it? Tron? I know you don't care about Tron, but the original Tron has been sped up by, like, a minute.
That might help it.
Yeah, but it also just, it's like, why is everyone moving so
really
unnaturally?
I remember watching Fargo a few months back. They were showing it on TV, and you could tell, because you can tell when something's sped up, 1, because the frame rate is off, but 2, the voices become higher pitched.
Yeah.
When you increase the speed. So it's a bunch of Midwestern accents coming at me, sound like the Chipmunks. That's even worse.
Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, yeah, don't you know? You betcha, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not only that, but by speeding it up, any kind of natural pacing the episode originally have is instantly ruined.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's.
I just assumed they didn't show the season 4 episodes for the longest time because they're sort of universally not liked. But no, I guess there was also some sort of rights issue that came into play. It's complicated. I don't know.
Yeah.
But some of them are really good for as much hate as they have gotten in circles, and I agree with that. The hour-long format, sometimes it felt like they were just stretching out a premise to fill it. But some of them are pretty good. I guess because I had that sort of lesser expectations going in, because these were the ones that I saw last, aside from a few sprinkled here and there that I missed.
Okay.
So I had heard all these things online from people saying that these are the bad ones, and it's where it really started to show, series fatigue. But
yeah,
some of them are like excellent. Like I love the one with Burgess Meredith playing the devil, and James Whitmore and his little interplanetary colony that he wants to keep there and not be rescued.
Yeah. No, there's a lot to mine for Television Week, and there's also a couple of unsold pilots I think would be great. Honestly, if I can find a good copy of it, I would like to get your opinion on Poor Devil, the unsold pilot that had Sammy Davis Jr. as a sympathetic demon from hell.
I thought that was just a TV movie. I didn't know it was an unsold pilot they were going to do week to week.
Yeah, which is the interesting thing, because as a standalone thing it may have worked, but as a full-blown series, unless
What was that, the 70s?
Yes, 70s. I think mid-70s too. So, but no,
I'm a big fan of. Everybody talks up, and I agree to a certain extent about how it's a golden age for television. But the 70s will always be my unbeatable period for television. I love that stuff. So, unsold pilots are up my alley.
Okay, then. Yeah.
That began sort of because Columbo was kind of getting a surge of repopularity during quarantine, I guess. Because it's literally available on just about every streaming service.
Thank goodness, too. It's so, I know there's problems with Tubi. I agree. Problems that I wasn't aware of until recently. But no, at the same time, it's so wonderful that all this free material is there and that people have been rediscovering older shows left and right.
Yeah.
So
it's on Tubi and Pluto and Amazon and Peacock. It's on all these things.
Yes.
And I had always heard of the show, obviously, and known it because it's so, just ingrained in pop culture. But I hadn't really it always comes on MeTV, which, do you get MeTV out in California?
Yes, we do. Quick aside. The reason Brayton was so low in the audio is because I had it low when we were playing the stuff. So he's back to normal audio. He's right up there with me. So sorry about that, Goji Shea. That's all the technical problem I end. And we have two different versions of MeTV. One. Yeah, and it's a really good network, and I do appreciate it immensely. So at the same time, though, regular television is so hard to watch to be there all the time. So, but yeah, for the longest time, they even had a Looney Tunes show. Although I don't know what the hell's going on with HBO Max imploding and all that.
Yeah.
So, but no,
don't get me started on that.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Even my family who don't know anything about the streaming wars, it's like oh. How dare they do that to all those Warner Brothers cartoons and practically everything else? So it's bad enough when they take it off as service, but it's even worse when they do it as a tax write-off, meaning that unless you and I become super rich, there's no way anybody's going to buy that off from the government. So thank goodness we have the high seas.
Raph, look, I love Looney Tunes as much as everybody. I have the good stuff on physical media. If I become rich, I don't know if I'm crusading for the Looney Tunes immediately. If that's going to be where I'm dumping my income.
We know how much you love Snow White and the never mind. That's a terrible.
Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Yes, me and Hitler. We're watching that, having our weekend movie nights.
Yeah. I just realized. Okay, I'm going to quickly read this thing from Goji Shea. He recently has been getting to the Outer Limits, and he saw the Anti-Misfits. Do you remember the Anti-Misfits?
I know what they are. They're the little ant things. I could just never get into the Outer Limits in full as much as other people have.
Okay, yeah.
It's a little too technobabble clinical for me. Like a little too hard sci-fi.
Okay.
But there are select episodes that I do love.
Okay, yeah. There might be like we might have an overlap of like Outer Limit episodes I would enjoy. Although granted, I'm gonna have to rewatch and make sure my biases don't affect me. Yeah. Because I hate to say it, I'm a big fan of the episode But
which one is the one with Adam West and the big sandworm shark?
The Invisible Enemy. That's a lot of fun. It's like, I think that and double feature with the one about the two Martians testing out a time machine.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that would be a good double feature. But
I like those two. I like the two Harlan Ellison ones, Soldier and Demon with the Glass Hand. And I like the one with Donald Pleasance, him being chased by a gas cloud. Am I remembering this correctly?
Yes, it came. I think it's called "It Crawled Out of the Woodwork" or something. No. I know it's some weird mental projection creature like the id monster from Forbidden Planet.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh yeah. And the Adam West was an episode. Interesting. Oh yeah, Go Jishay. It's a lot of fun. So wait for it until we watch it. So
that's one thing we missed. Adam West never a guest villain on Columbo. There's a missed opportunity.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Everybody else was though.
Angela Lansbury is the dominatrix.
She wasn't like Murder She Wrote was the 80s, but the closest we got to Columbo versus Jessica Fletcher, another really great episode with Ruth Gordon called Try and Catch Me, where she plays one of the more sympathetic villains. I think it's either her niece or maybe it's her daughter is killed. She dies under mysterious circumstances out at sea. And the police don't really investigate it. They just assume it's a drowning.
Yeah.
But she was out there with her husband, who they've had a contentious kind of relationship. And either, I can't remember if it's the mom or the aunt, but she believes that the husband had something to do with it. So she sort of in revenge kills the husband at the beginning. And then it's Columbo basically hounding this poor little old lady who was convinced that, and we don't know. That's what's great about the episode is we never get the answer. It's ambiguous whether he did have something to do with his wife's death or not. It's a great show.
Yeah.
I can ramble forever. I'll ramble on another stream about it. But I had to get these thoughts out because I'd been on this nightly binge.
No, that's more than okay. It's like I don't think I've been binging anything lately myself, other than just doing we'll see what happens. It's been a wacky week. So
yeah. Well, I didn't know what to do after that. I've watched the pilot of the Rockford Files, which is interesting. Because that's something I'd never even seen a frame of before. I know
a whole series dedicated to a Ford pickup truck made of rocks. What's that about?
That's how I would describe James Garner in human form, an old pickup truck made of rocks. He's a badass.
Right.
It's a very different show, but I like to think that it kind of takes place in the same 1970s Los Angeles television universe. And actually, the first shot of the Rockford Files is like a pan over this beach, and you see Columbo's car up there. So maybe they really are taking place in the same universe.
Okay. Here's the big question, though. Columbo and the Rockford Files, they're not at all connected to that stupid St. Elsewhere ending, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Now, when was St. Elsewhere? That was, again, a decade in advance, right? That was
I think
80s, 90s?
Yeah, I think that was definitely late 80s, if not early 90s.
Yeah.
But you know about the ending to...
everybody knows about the ending of St. Elsewhere. Do you know anything about the rest of the show?
Yeah, there was a hospital drama, and it did a lot of crossovers with other network television shows of the day. But it's okay. Two things I want to bring up. First off, the question I would like to get your opinion on.
Yeah.
Why did they decide to end it the way they did? Was it just just a fuck over with everybody? Like, oh, we got to end it on a fancy note or some bullshit like that.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was asking you because I actually haven't seen the series, so I'm not sure whether it was just a Garner buzz or not, but it's one of the most famous FU endings ever. So
yeah,
it's obviously endured as an ending. It's up there with the Bob Newhart show ending, like those two.
Yeah, but that one kind of works in like a silly, joke. Yeah, granted, it's the we're not going to spoil it, but yeah, it is another FU ending on a huge gag.
And just to give them the benefit of the doubt, though, when you have a really popular show like that, there is a lot of pressure on how it ends. So maybe it's just people overthinking things.
Yeah, well, it's like what is it? Like, granted, there are some shows that have really crappy endings, but there's other shows that had underwhelming endings, but you can kind of understand where they were coming from.
Yeah, you can really count on one hand how many great finales there have been.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes they just peter out.
Yeah, or it's like, or sometimes it
or
ends,
cancellation. It's out of their hands.
Yeah, it's like, what is it? The Seinfeld ending. As much as people hated that, the fact that our four lead quote unquote heroes got their comeuppance.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like all that bad karma.
And it fits the show. Them having basically another conversation about nothing in the jail cell.
So, but no, the Saint Elsewhere one. I really should look around, and maybe there's like some really good YouTube videos talking about why it ended like that. Yeah. But yeah, it just seems like less of a fuck you than more like, they wanted to end on like an odd note or something. Like they thought they were trying to be high-minded. And it makes
high concept.
Yeah, high concept. Yeah, thank you. And it's funny too, because now the second thing I was going to bring up is there's that whole Saint Elsewhere theory that all these different crossovers connect to different crossovers, and that ultimately all the worlds of fiction just exist in the mind of the kid at the end, so to speak. But it's like, yeah, if you go, but then again, it's like there's so
But
many...
then again, it's all bullshit. I'm a big proponent in the headcanon. And I mean, you're the viewer. You don't. And one of my favorite quotes from MST3K is, "You don't have to accept the ending that they give you. You can create in your own mind how it ends and basically fulfill your own fantasy with it."
Yeah.
So I don't let that stuff bother me of things being intertwined just because some TV studio or movie studio tells me that they are.
Yeah, well, even if they're intertwined, though, the fact that all those shows are just fictional delusions in the mind of this Wesley kid, it seems a little insulting, both from the fans who came up with the Labyrinth theory and also probably from the showrunners who came up with the weird ending. But at the same time, I've seen enough, fiction about multiverse nonsense where, oh yeah, if you're telepathic enough, you have dreams of other dimensions. So these places are real in their own stupid fictional sense. Just this Wesley kid just happens to be having hallucinations of the multiverse.
It was Space Jam: A New Legacy, far before its time, and we know how much you love that, almost as much as centaurs.
To be no, not centaurs. Centaur women or centaurets.
Was there a Looney Tunes centaur?
Weirdly enough, I don't think there was ever any centaurs on classic Looney Tunes. It's like, knowing Paul Dini, that freak, he probably threw in a sexy female centaur in an episode of Tiny Toons.
I've never seen you and Paul Dini in the same room at the same time.
We have so much in common, except he married Zatanna the Magician, or a woman close to it. I've yet to find a real life equivalent of Miss Blue. Yeah, so but no.
You're married to your work.
Yeah. I am, so. But Wesley Crusher, yeah, I don't know. I know the kid was named Wesley in Saint Elsewhere, but yeah,
it wasn't Wesley Crusher is Will Wheaton. That's very different.
I know. I'm getting the names all wrong here. So, okay.
But anyway, to answer the previous question, no, I don't think Rockford Files or Columbo are connected to Saint Elsewhere. Okay. And if they were, I'd disregard it totally.
Indeed. So, yeah, like you said, headcanon means a lot, and also, it's. It's so sad. You get all these good shows and they're ruined by a spin-off or a weird sequel or something. Like, how many movies ended on a triumphant note, and then we got a sequel where everybody died 2 minutes after the movie ended.
Well, that goes back to it again, though. You do have the power to ignore these things,
Yeah.
The Disney's sequel trilogy sucked eggs, but guess what? You can ignore them and pretend like they didn't happen, and just because they tell you that all of the old extended universe stuff isn't canon anymore, it can be your canon. I mean, you have that power as a consumer.
Yeah, or more importantly, just enjoy these stories for being the good stories they were, regardless what the corporation will tell you otherwise. But it's still a little frustrating, just the sheer arrogance mixed with absolute stupidity that people would just assume, we'll do it this way and they'll accept it. It's like, at least have a little common courtesy to kind of consider that, you're going to ruffle some feathers. To be honest, though, I'm okay with some of the silly stuff they did in The Last Jedi, but at the same time, I don't know. Let's not get onto it.
Well, let's not get onto that. I'm not itching to, believe me, get into Star Wars again. Because there's just too much baggage. I can't even really watch this sort of goes against what I was just saying, but there's just too much collective baggage in the back of my head with Star Wars that I don't even really want to go back and watch the original ones or have anything to do with it. I've heard good things about Andor, that new the new show about that Diego Luna's character from Rogue One.
Mm-hmm. And you actually like Rogue One quite a bit.
Rogue One is probably my favorite out of anything that Disney's put out with the brand.
You're right.
I really like that movie, but so I'd probably like the show. I'm just not, I just don't want to go there right now.
Yeah, and also like you know how I feel about trying to get into a television series that's like I'm okay with episodic television shows. You can just jump right in and enjoy.
Yeah.
But if it's a long form streaming show with very short seasons, it just becomes a frustrating commitment.
Well, that's what I was saying about when we did the apartment, talking about things like How I Met Your Mother, and which I'm not interested in.
Yeah.
Mad Men, I'm a lot more interested in, but I'm just not really ready to make that. There's a name for it, isn't there? It's serialized, right?
Serialized, yes.
Yeah, a long running serialized show. I just can't. I don't have the time to get emotionally involved right now.
Yeah, and that's and believe it or not, despite my love for kaiju, that's how that it's really hard to get into tokusatsu shows because not only they serialize, but it's just a massive waste of time. Like, how many Super Sentai shows start out with or Power Ranger shows start out with 5 really good first episodes. Nothing happens in the middle other than just going through the motions. And then
that's what's nice about Ultraman, isn't it? Because it's just the same
bit.
shit every week, and you don't have to. And the same thing also about with Columbo. You can jump in anywhere if you want to start at the beginning. You can see character progression and how he plays the character if you want. But you can really jump anywhere at any time. There's no week to week connecting to be continued type shit. Though then again, there's that massive dip in quality once ABC took over Columbo, which I could do a whole podcast of just ranting, but the Flanderization became an issue.
Okay, and also ABC always seems to be like a weird suspect channel even from the beginning. It's like
yeah.
It's like what is it? Okay, we recently there was like a really weird car chase a couple of days ago in my neighborhood.
Oh, in real life?
Yeah, not exactly my neighborhood, but when they finally stopped the car that was speeding, and they pulled the people over, it was like right next door to Mandy's Diner, which is a restaurant me and my family usually goes to, and it's in walking distance too. So it was that close. But it was funny. I was like, why are there so many helicopters hovering above my house for like 2 hours straight? And it's like I had to turn on the channel. And it was weird because the person who was in the chase was trying to get his girlfriend to the hospital because she was apparently pregnant. But now it seems that he may have been drunk and a little out of it. But it ended peacefully. They pulled him over. The police officers didn't really use force. They just calmly try to, walk this drunk guy to the police car. But no, the weird thing was that I switched on all the different channels and they were treating the story with relative seriousness, like respectfulness. Is that a word? Respectability. Thank you. But then I switched to ABC and they're like, what's wrong with this guy? I bet he's drunk. He's probably not even from around here. It's like, what the fuck? Going back to KCAL Channel 5, please. So yeah, ABC's always had like a weird history behind it and a weird attitude too. It's like other local news shows will gladly not show dead bodies and violence of real world events, while ABC's like, oh, we actually showed a bloody sheet. That's just my experience. So don't go to California.
Not sure what that had to do with anything, but okay.
Yeah. No. It's just the history of ABC and my experience with it in and out of news. I can understand how they would screw up with Columbo. So.
Different reasons though. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily on ABC's head for that reason. I just think the show became, where it was originally a show about mysteries and murder mysteries with comedy, it became a comedy show with a murder mystery element, where everything was just goofy and silly, but not cleverly silly. It just became really childish.
Sort of like the later episodes of Murder, She Wrote.
Yeah, where there's no, the early episodes were so well written and taught with suspense because it's not, a conventional whodunit. It's a how catch 'em. How's Columbo going to corner this guy and have a gotcha moment? You really undercut that when you have wacky sitcom music and no one's taking their role seriously.
Yeah.
And it's made for children.
Now you know the difference between Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 3 and Super Mega Force.
Yeah, it really wasn't a good thing, and I only did it out of completionist's sake.
Uh-huh.
But it really wasn't a good thing to watch a slow decline of an amazing show. So that wasn't fun, though I will say the very last episode, Columbo Loves the Nightlife, where it's basically a man out of time and a fish out of water story of him being a weird old man and solving like this murder at a hopping 90s club.
Do they pair him up with a sexy blonde actress who's a special guest star of the week?
No.
Okay.
No. There was a period there where they were dyeing his hair, which was really uncomfortable because Peter Falk at that point was like, I don't know, in his mid 60s.
Mid 1600s, you mean?
And he always had a same kind of face, but you can tell when a man's, the wrinkles start to come in.
Yeah.
And the hair is just jet black still. And it changes shades from week to week. It just became sort of a sad sort of state of affairs.
Right. Goji Shay says, confess, Raph, you've been Deanie this whole time. And that voice sounded like you were doing a Goofy impression. Yeah, and
the hoo thing.
The hoo. I can't do it now. I've lost the magic.
Well, gosh, Max. Yeah, Mickey or Goofy has sort of a southern twinge to his voice.
Yeah.
Well, I can't really even do it.
Well, Max, we gotta go up to the river with Bigfoot. No, okay, now it's getting
nuts.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a sex god.
Mr. Peacock. Yeah, I really would like to see that. By the way, the sex god is like a slightly racy comedy with Don Knotts that we're planning on doing in a future episode.
Yeah, it's like the People versus Larry Flint, but with Don Knotts.
I didn't mean to have the Tin Man make love to Dorothy like that.
Yeah, Man with People versus Larry Flint crossed with Nutty Professor, I think, is a good.
Oh my goodness! Is it? Yeah, the Nutty Professor. Okay, that's the one with
Jerry Lewis.
Jerry Lewis, yeah. So, well, I'm Jack Oxon. No, I'm Jerry Lewis. I can't tell.
Ugh.
Okay.
Ugh.
Yeah. Why do
birds suddenly appear?
I don't know. Why do my heart flutter when you are near?
Why ask why? Have you seen The Nice Guys?
No, that's a movie that my brother Gabe has been recommending left and right, and I've yet to see it.
Okay, don't see it yet. We'll watch it for a movie Graveyard Shift. But that's something that the Rockford Files definitely reminds me of, because I never want to visit Los Angeles, and I assume that it's changed over time. But I'm really falling in love with 70s era LA, like in fiction, in movies and in TV shows. Just basically as like not in terms of the crime life and everything, but just in terms of the landscape and how cool the beach side used to look.
It's California's a weird place, but currently has such an insane homeless problem that I would not recommend coming down here at all. So
no.
Oh, and Goji says, "Oh, The Nice Guys is great. That's good to hear." So we got 2 recommendations. Yeah, my brother Gabe.
Russell Crowe doing comedy.
Oh my goodness!
Intentionally.
Okay, and is he good at it, or is it like?
No, he's phenomenal.
Okay.
He basically plays a brutish, tough guy, private investigator type Russell Crowe character. But he and I always get his name mixed up. Ryan Gosling. Him and Ryan Gosling have a great rapport, and are very unlikely comedic actors, but really pull it off very well. It's a Shane Black movie. I don't know if you're familiar with his stuff outside of Iron Man.
Yeah, no, I know who Shane Black is, and apparently this was one of the last good ones he made before that terrible Predator movie. So
yeah, he got, I think his first film or an early success for him was Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which was an early movie with Robert Downey Jr. pre Iron Man, which is really good. Then he did Iron Man 3 a little while after that. Then he did The Nice Guys. Then he did Predator. Now I think he's been executed in a desert somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, laugh at the situation.
He's in the desert and he's dead. Okay, so
him and Tom Savini.
Yeah. No, he's still alive. Who cares?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I had a weird idea I wanted to throw past you.
Okay.
You missed it. You're supposed to catch it. Damn it.
Well, you said throw past me. You didn't throw it at me.
Yeah, you dodged it. So I rewatched How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying again. Yeah. And I was wondering, would you be up to doing an episode? I know we've both seen that movie, but would you be up to either doing a podcast or an episode of the movie Graveyard Shift with that movie in mind?
I'm gonna do a podcast with it since we both seen it.
Okay, yeah, because I watched it, and then I watched a high school musical version of it.
Oh no! In person or on the internet?
No, on the internet.
Oh wait, so that's even kind of creepier. So you were you were then perusing YouTube looking for children performing this musical?
High school. Okay. To be fair,
that's still jailbait.
Okay. Yeah. Let me put some. Yeah. So I watched How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying, and then I knew for the longest time, because I really liked the movie, and I knew for the longest time that there was a New Jersey high school version of it, which was longer than the movie, of the full 3 hours. And it's like, hey, that's basically a free uncut version of the original musical. I want to see that. So after revisiting the movie recently, since it's readily available on Tubi, and Goji Shay, by the way, I know you and, oh god, what's the other guy who usually comes? Who's the other guy Doomzilla. Yeah, there's two guys named Godzilla. I can't tell the difference. There's suddenly two Godzillas.
Is that like the video game Doom with Godzilla?
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's like the hosts of the Midnight Movie Graveyard Shift would be greatly confused. But yeah, you and Doomzilla, I know you guys don't like musicals, but I would have loved to have done How to Succeed in Business Without Trying as an episode, because that movie is generally really funny, regardless how you feel about musicals. And there's a lot of stuff we can talk about in a podcast. But
I'm curious why they don't like musicals.
No, I think it's a hard sell. I think, Goji Shay, explain yourself. Why don't you like musicals?
And I don't want to be like a prosecutor like about it, but I'm just genuinely curious.
The accused shall speak. No, anyways.
Because I understand when it's people who just like, straight down to earth fiction don't like musicals and can't accept the fact that people break out into song.
Mm-hmm.
But for, Goji Shay and this other guy, I assume they're, fantasy science fiction fans who don't have a problem with suspension disbelief. So is it just like a problem with the juxtaposition between singing and acting?
It could also just be how campy and fluffy a lot of these musicals get, even when they do touch on some real hard issues. It's sort of like trying to take a Disney animated movie seriously when you're an anime fan
Well, that's another thing. I everybody to their grandmother pretty much grows up with Disney, and a lot of those movies are musicals that people grow up with. So I'm wondering where that disconnect comes into play with people.
Yeah, no, that is a good question. So, but no. Okay, so getting back to How to Succeed in Business. So I decided.
How do you do that?
You fake it till you make it, and then you keep
a lot
it.
of it. Yeah, a lot of it. In the case of Jack Lemmon, it's whoring out your apartment, or in the case of How to Succeed in Business, whoring out your soul. And I don't know. There's no real moral way to the top, is there?
Yeah, no, but no. There's a lot of things I'd love to discuss about that movie because I've recently fallen in love with it. But no, okay. So I checked out the high school version. Apparently, there's this person on YouTube called Keegan who filmed a lot of his high school musicals at this New Jersey school, and they're pretty high-end productions. They're not as amateur as you think it is. Granted, though, some of the singing and orchestras could use help.
I wish we had some of my musicals filmed.
Oh, yeah. No, what is it?
Where I played Captain Hook. That'd be wonderful.
I would love to see that. Did you camp it up?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know what my motivation was, because I didn't want to just do Hans Conried, because I don't... me and my regular garb, I don't really have that look. I kind of had to be buried under the wig and the hat and the mustache to do it properly. But it was sort of a mix between Hans Conried, Tim Curry, and I always forget his name, Dr. Smith from Lost in Space. It was sort of a loud and obnoxious
Jonathan
version of
Harris.
That's right. I told you, though, during one of the breaks in the acts,
Jonathan Harris appeared and attacked you.
No, I went off stage with my hook on one hand and came back with my hook on the other hand. My most embarrassing public moment.
Right. So unless they got the joke about that. But no. Okay, so yeah, getting back to... So I watched this high school version,
Yeah.
And I just wanted to like compare and contrast to see what the original play was like and what they kept and left out of the original, out of the movie from the original play. Especially since, amazingly, with all the theater lovers on YouTube and all their elaborate documentaries, there's nothing about how to succeed in business without really trying. Outside maybe a couple like 1-minute interviews from like TCM talking to lead star. But no, you're right. That's watching the high school version. I came to the terrifying realization that How to Succeed in Business is a pretty sexualized story, all things considering. So
Yeah.
seeing these high school girls doing like the sexy pirate dance, it's like, no,
Yeah.
where's the fast forward button?
Yeah, well, and it's tame in comparison to something like Rent, but I'm just
where everybody gets what at the end.
But that's why I was a little, put off by you saying, "Oh, then I saw a high school production."
Yeah, so but no, there's a lot about that movie I would like to discuss. So, but yeah, that would
I do like it. It's just the movie version anyway. I could see how that could be a hard sell to somebody who doesn't like musicals. So we're probably better off doing that as a podcast. I can't wait to when I finally get the Gamera fucking thing done and I can make videos on my channel, because if I put a video on my channel, 5 comments are going to be nothing but "Where's Gamera 3?" So there's a lot of things I'd like to do. Yeah. Great job, excellent job, good work. When's Gamera coming out? Is it canceled or no? Jesus Christ.
They love you that much, but at the same time, the fans can be terrifying. And speaking of terrifying fans, Goji Shea says, I didn't say I don't like them necessarily. I just don't love them. It might be the singing and the acting juxtaposition and corniness. Granted, I see the corniness issue because, it's like, again, there's a lot of good musicals out there.
Here's my question. If they were buried under a 50-pound rubber dinosaur suit, would you like it?
Don't be like that.
We know there's no corniness. No.
Let's face facts. A lot of those Showa movies are musicals waiting to happen.
Yeah, it's just like if you can suspend your disbelief for that extreme, it just confuses me.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, that says though, it is a shame that like old school Hollywood, they threw in a musical number in any movie, and I love the old Toho monster movies where they find any excuse to put in a musical number, and it's like.
People forget how it's become so pedestrian these days going to the movies, but they were a big event back then. You didn't get a movie every 5 seconds, so when you went to the theater, you got more bang for your buck.
Yeah, exactly, and that probably explains the kind of almost vaudeville variety feel that a lot of movies had back then.
Yeah.
So, but with that says, I would. It's like the H-Man almost gets into like it almost becomes a musical. It's just 7 songs short. But yeah, they have a nightclub. We'll go back to the nightclub when we're not going to see police officers get melted to death by blob monsters. And it's
what is the difference between that and the human vapor? The human vapor is not an invisible guy, right?
No, he's this outcast of society who becomes a living cloud of mist, and he reforms whenever he wants to kill somebody.
Okay.
So hence why he's called the Human Vapor. That's the weird thing. I wanted to watch the Human Vapor with you, but like both the American and Japanese versions are so different. I don't want to do a thing where we have to watch one week and the other one another week. And
you would just watch and the sad thing is, because those are probably the movies I'm most interested in looking at this point, rather than the giant destruction porn stuff. Are the more drama centered science fiction stuff like the Human Vapor, the H-Man, and the I don't think I've ever seen Matango all the way through. So
believe it or not, I've never seen Matango all the way through too. It's one of those movies where I watch it for like the first 10 minutes and then I get distracted with dishes or something.
That's frightening, because the reason I haven't really suggested a lot of sci-fi or horror stuff for the movie Graveyard Shift is you've probably got a lot more ground covered in that area than even I do.
Yeah, but I have a bigger tolerance for bad movies than you do. So it's like,
I have a tolerance, but I'm just saying more broadly when it comes to fantastical stuff. What I like, you've already probably seen because you're more versed in that.
Yeah, that is true. But no, I don't mind. What is it? Like, what was the movie we watched with Andres? Oh, The Apartment. I only saw it once before, and that was years ago. But revisiting it, it was like a fresh new take on it. And there are a lot of movies I think that if we haven't seen in a long time, wouldn't be a bad idea revisiting. But at the same time, yeah, no, here's the thing. You have a higher tolerance. I think what I should have said is I think I'm way too forgiving of a lot of this crap. Because, like, what is it? There's a 60s movie called A Crack in the World, which I actually liked a lot because it was a disaster movie, but had a bit of a serious science fiction bent to it. But at the same time, it's like, that's probably, like, I'm used to that, but how much are you going to enjoy it? Like, for example, when I tried introducing Tron to you, that wasn't exactly...
I appreciated Tron. It just really wasn't... It wasn't... I can appreciate things that aren't to my liking. Like, I don't think The Black Hole is a great movie, but I appreciated the just sheer bombacity of the production. Same thing with, like, I enjoy corny stuff like Buck Rogers in the 25th Century or Flash Gordon. I love those stuff as much as the next guy.
Okay.
So I don't have this stick up my ass about this stuff. It's just when it comes to recommending it, you've probably seen things, once, twice, 3 times a lady more than I have.
That is true, yeah.
And even my favorites of the genre, like Forbidden Planet, that's a pretty well-tread movie where a lot of people have seen it. So, like, there's the one movie I wanted to show that's sort of in that more fantastical realm, because I hate zombie movies for the most part. Like even Dawn of the Dead, I'm not a real huge fan of.
The original.
But yeah, well, either one. I don't think I've seen the Frank Darabont version, but if that's worse, I probably wouldn't like that much. But I did like that South Korean zombie movie that came out a few years ago, Train to Busan.
Yeah, I've yet to see that one, so we might save that for the Halloween.
Yeah, that's because that's got a real... It's the format. The format is sort of like a 70s disaster film when it's all these characters trapped in an enclosed space. But it's really heartfelt, and it's not... It wasn't written or directed by Bong Joon-ho, who did The Host, but it has a similar vibe to it, with how much it gets you to care about these poor characters. Because that's what I always lose interest in with zombies. One, zombies are freaking boring.
Yeah,
and
but they're cheap to make, and horror movies are low budget.
Yeah, that's why they've endured.
Yeah.
But usually they tend to be, though, a group of characters locked up in a place, fending off the horde. And more times than not, for me anyway, those characters just don't really do much for me.
Not only that, but it's like there's like a extreme nihilism going on in these movies. Even when they're played for laughs, it's usually done for very cruel laughs. And that's sort of a big thing I don't appreciate about zombie movies. So, have you ever seen Shaun of the Dead?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen the Cornetto trilogy.
Okay.
It's the premise has been done. There are obviously exceptions that disprove the rule, but just zombies aren't typically anywhere near my wheelhouse.
Yeah, and again, because zombies are so easy to film and so easy to... Like, what is it? I forgot who it was. I think it was maybe my brother Miguel, or maybe... But zombies and vampires are the monsters that people who don't like monsters favor. Because
my problem is there's just not much sympathy to be mined from the creature in that position, unless you have something where it's a guy transforming into a zombie or something. You can't really get inside their head, so you can't connect with them as well. For me,
that's why you have to put a bullet through it so you can get inside the head with a stick.
That's true.
Yes.
I've yet to see Fido, but there are some...
Fido's really good. I think
but there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect on an emotion level with me and zombies in the way that there isn't so much with like a werewolf movie where you have the character going through shit and it's more, you get to sympathize with the creature, and Frankenstein and stuff like that.
No, I think what that says, I think you get a really big kick out of Fido. Because the titular zombie is really... you feel a lot for the poor guy. But no, I totally agree, because zombies are just... The vast majority of zombies are just psychopathic killing machines.
Yeah, and the whole popularity of The Walking Dead, which spun it off again. And I like the first episode of The Walking Dead, but after a while, again, my thing with serialized dramas, I couldn't get really invested to begin with. But from what I've heard, it's sort of spiraled out there too, and just got so annoying.
Sometimes you just gotta let a show die early, or it's like give it a decent rest. It's like, believe it or not, okay, I haven't been binge watching. Oh wait a minute, Shaun of the Dead or Zombieland, guys? I have yet to see Zombieland.
Yeah, I don't know what Zombieland is.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it. I heard it's generally fun. But I'm a big Edgar Wright. Oh crap, little
apologists.
British dude. No, not Edgar Wright, and what little British guy who's always in his movies?
Oh, Nick Frost.
Not just Nick Frost. Simon Pegg.
Oh yeah, Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. They're one of the great modern
comedy duos.
Teams,
yeah. So you've probably seen it. I know it's not a great movie, but I have a personal love for it. Paul, where the Simon Pegg and Nick Frost are hanging around with an alien.
Oh yeah, doesn't Seth Rogen voice the alien? I remember seeing trailers for that where it's a joke about probes and he's got a bagel or something. I haven't seen the movie, but
yeah, it's not bad. It's at least, and also Seth Rogen's Paul character is endearing. It doesn't hurt that he's being voiced.
Every time the little gray alien shows up, I'll just imagine Elf in his place, and maybe I can get through it then. That's as far as I go when it comes to.
Would you love to do a sitcom where it's you and Patrick raising Boo?
I don't know.
It'd be like Elf. It would be like Alf, but with like a Boo puppet. So
2 men and a little alien.
Yeah. Now listen here, young lady. You can't hit the mean girls with psychic bullets. Leave me alone.
Did you ever see the Harry and the Henderson sitcom?
That used to
Isn't
air.
that a disaster?
That used to air all the time on Saturday afternoons.
Yeah.
And I've wasted.
Your feet's too big. Oh, my feet's too big.
Yeah. Apparently, it was such a disaster. They just sold it to like afternoon showings across various syndicated networks. But
yeah, I don't know if I don't know if the Alf premise, and I love that show, obviously, though of course it's not, a Breaking Bad level of dramatic writing where it's like, oh, Shakespearean. No, it's a stupid week to week. Ain't it funny what shenanigans Alf gets into? But it's an endearing show. I just don't know if that premise works that well in long form. Like that and Mork and Mindy are my only exposures to it.
Yeah. Well, I remember I've only seen like episodes from the first season of Mork and Mindy. And where is that available to watch? Because I wouldn't mind.
I've only got the first episode or the first season on DVD. It's got to be streaming somewhere. It's a Robin Williams show. It's got to be popular.
Yeah. So, but no, and I know Third Rock of the Sun. I don't know. That was a show that I wasn't impressed with when it was originally coming out. But granted, I was probably too young. It's like, where's the alien effects? Yeah. But it's like somebody introduced me to like episodes from the third season. It was very fun in like an almost kind of Marx Brothers style farcical way.
Mork and Mindy is on Pluto. Free
nice.
On Pluto TV.
Okay, then I know what I'm going to have play in the background later.
That's a show I got into when I was younger, and I remember it being very sweet. That was a spinoff, though, of Happy Days. If you remember the episode where Mork visited Fonzie.
Right. So now,
what's this about a nanu?
Hello, Earthman.
Yeah.
That was a really weird episode of Mork and Mindy where he became a 200-foot tall clockwork moon man with a floating head. What was that about?
I don't know, Raph. I don't know. But that's an odd situation too, where there were 2 spin-offs of Fonzie, or Happy Days rather, that became incredibly popular. Laverne and Shirley and Mork and Mindy.
Yeah. Well, didn't I can understand. Oh God, Shirley and Elaine. What's the name of that one?
Laverne and Shirley.
Yeah, I can understand that one because that was a generally good show with like some very endearing characters.
Of course.
And they even in their guest appearances, they made a really good impression. Like these 2 like New Yorker girls that are that are awkward but sweet at the same time.
I don't mean roadie do. Yes, and then play to perfection.
Yes, but no. At the same time though, wasn't Happy Days itself a spinoff from Love American Style?
Oh, I don't know. Was it?
Yeah, I think it was. Or at least there was an episode of Love American Style because that was an anthology show that inspired them to go along with Happy Days.
Oh, okay. This is even unknown to me.
And Goji Shea says Woody Harrelson, Emma Stone, Abiba Babish, and Jesse Eisenberg are in Zombieland. It came out back in 2009. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about that. We might put it on docket and just watch it as a big surprise movie. So there's a lot of things to do. It's so sad.
Jesse Heisenberg.
Oh, we could do that too. I'd like to do a TV month where we do 4 episodes of a TV show.
Yeah. So, but no, it's funny. Getting back to what you said about Ultraman,
What did I say about Ultraman?
No, that's similar to Columbo. The episodic nature actually helps it. And to be honest, like comparing this, like the modern Ultraman shows, which I don't mind, but they're hard to get into because of the serialization. as opposed to the older Ultraman shows where they were a little more bombastic. And it was like, to be fair though, those first 3 Ultraman shows were really good, because I tried watching some of the ones from the 70s, and oh my god, they hurt my mind. Just because of how the characters make these really dumb decisions because we need like artificial drama all of a sudden. It's like, sir, we can easily kill the monster with water. No, you have to be a man and use an atomic bomb to kill it. What? And this is a 3-parter. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, I'm guessing and part of the reason I was comparing them too is in a typical episode of Columbo, you see, like I said, it's a how catch 'em. So the episode you're being strung along. How is he going to figure out? We know who did it. It opens with the murder and then the murderer covering it up in extreme detail.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like Columbo, they made a big deal about their special guest villains. Yeah. And Ultraman made a big deal about its special guest monsters and the situation.
Yeah, but the since it being a typical formulaic show, it really hinders on the writing and the how different the writing is for each episode, because you know the end result, but you don't know the lead up. So I imagine with Ultraman, you know that Ultraman is going to kill whatever it is. So you have to establish the threat.
Yeah, as well as maybe like a lesser weakness that needs to be employed in addition to Ultraman fight in it. But no, the thing with Ultraman is at least they made a big deal to center the stories around these different monsters and make each episode feel relatively unique. Whereas today the monsters are just jobbers that are as forgettable as Power Ranger monsters, with the exception of the major fact that, and I hate to say this, Godzilla fans, anybody watching this in the future, Goji Shei accepted. Exception to Goji Shei, you're a cool dude. In Japan, these monsters are incredibly iconic and classic. Like, Red King is to Japanese children is what the Joker is to Batman here in America. But with that says, it's like that cultural familiarity to the point where, oh, it's Red King, he's come back. But back then they would make a big deal about actually centering the whole story around these creatures and trying to give it a little more variety, and really going out of their way to make it feel like these are like these little self-contained short movies, sort of like what we loved about the original Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah.
But now Ultraman today, it just feels like you're going through the motions. It's serialized television. You might get some really good shows, but it's really hard to recommend. And again, you just can't get into an episode and enjoy it, because you might accidentally hit that episode where there's like, oh, it's a continuing plot point from episode 1 or some bullshit. And I know.
Do you want to play a quick game here, Raph?
Sure.
Oh, sure.
Sure. Okay. I've turned into a little penguin.
Now, as I've established, I know jack shit about Ultraman.
Okay. This is going to be one of those games where you like mock me for. Okay,
no. This is my testing my knowledge here.
Okay.
And I won't use my phone. I won't use the internet at all. I'll going purely off of memory of I've only ever seen the original series all the way through when I was like 9, and then I've seen things here and there via you guys.
Yeah.
So now think of the more popular ones here. Describe an Ultraman monster, and I will try to give you the name. Like, describe its physical appearance.
Okay, I will do my best.
Okay.
Or a big green blob with a singular white eye, and it goes around killing scientists.
Oh, I don't fucking know that. Mike Wazowski? I don't.
What a very different. Okay, I'll pick a more famous one.
Yeah, it's me you're talking to.
Okay. Blue-skinned insectoid humanoid with big old claws.
Well, that would be Bolton.
Okay. Giant.
Bolton Sajin.
So
Yeah,
you don't
like that.
You don't have to do Sajin. Okay, you can just call him Mr. Bolton.
I was just showing off.
All right, that's all right. Okay, rigid-skinned yellow and blue monster with a skull-like head.
That would be Red King.
Okay.
Who isn't red, though he was red in that, wasn't he red in one of those later episodes?
Yeah, in Ultraman Powered, they attempted, that was the American made, so obviously the American producers were like, why isn't he red?
Stupid Japanese people.
Fun fact about Red King, in like an unmade version of Ultraman.
Maybe Eiji Tsuburaya was colorblind. You ever think of that?
That's a good point. I know half the animators at Funimation were colorblind. That's why everybody was pink or purple. Okay. Big golden robot made of 4 flying saucers.
King Joe.
Yes, King Joe.
King Joe. Born in Arizona, got a condominium stoner. King Joe.
I have to say, I think King Joe's my all-time favorite Ultraman monster. Okay,
Yeah, he kind of looks like a TV set.
yeah. Well, that's what I love about him. He's like the living embodiment of like the old school robot menace, with a little bit of that Japanese super robot thing thrown in as well. So, yeah. But no. Okay, who's next? Who else can it? Okay, weird one. I'm gonna try to think of. Okay, big brown dinosaur with bull horns.
That's Gomora.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. By the way, the first one I mentioned where you told me to fuck off, that's Green Mons. So.
Greenmon?
Yeah, Green Mons. He's technically.
I know Pigmon. I don't know Greenmon.
Oh yeah, Pigmon. So, but do you know the giant?
The Muffin Man.
Pigmon. Yeah, he gives. All right. I'm trying to think. Okay. Tall robot monster, but with a bird parrot-like head and crest.
Oh. Tall robot with a bird head. Is this a Trick Gigan question?
No. He does look a little like a Gigan, but no, he's a friend of the Ultraman.
Oh, I don't know any of their allies.
Okay, yeah, that was Wyndham from Ultra 7. So now we're getting to like the weird one. Extremely long-tailed yellow
Eleking.
and yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Eleking had a hell of a tail.
Yeah, the Snoopy kaiju.
Yes. Oh, good old Eleking. So he's been a good guy and a bad guy. Huge black and white beetle creature with 3 orange eyes.
Is that would be Antlar?
No, close.
Okay.
I'll let you pick another one.
I know Antlar.
Yeah, the big ant lion with.
I've done business with him.
Yeah. You're the reason he took over that little desert town and made sure nobody traded with it.
Yes, Antlar, Telesdon, and I opened up a winery. And,
oh, this is very delicious food, Mr. Brayton.
yes, French.
It's funny, if you squint your eyes, Orson Welles and Antlar look very similar.
Yeah. There's a double missed opportunity. Orson Welles, never a villain on Columbo, and also never a villain on Ultraman. Total missed opportunity.
Yeah, he could have taken out Ultraman with one girth hip.
Yeah, being a toy that eats other toys.
Mm-hmm. So I'm a giant toy that eats small. I can't do Orson Welles right now.
I'm a giant toy that eats other toys with my girth. Yes.
How do you feel about this being your legacy, Mr. Orson Welles? Not now, I'm dying.
I'm dying eating chickens.
Okay.
Of all the chickens, this one's the best.
Thump. I never liked you, says one of his friends as he's dead.
His final words were, "Of all the chickens, these were the best. What does it mean?"
That was Peter Baron. Well, damn it, what's his name? His young friend with the glasses.
Peter Bogdanovich.
Peter Bogdanovich.
Bogdanovich.
He's an Ultraman monster. Okay, here's one you might get. 4-legged horsey dragon.
Dodongo!
Yes.
My favorite. It's a Secretariat from the Craig Ferguson show.
Greg Ferguson was such a great show. So, who was the master of Dodongo?
Well, I happen to be known as the master of Dodongo around these parts. I don't know.
Mummy Man.
Craig Ferguson?
No.
Wasn't he a monkey with a chimp's head?
Yeah. What was his name?
I just know that there was a monkey with a big blue monkey, or a mummy monkey with a big blue head.
Okay, it's a bit of a trick question. You just want me to tell you you're gonna hate yourself or hate me more.
Is it Dongo?
No, it's Mummy Man.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's not. It's not a very good name.
They could have gone with Momongo and just changed the
Mummus. Okay.
Hummus?
I said Mummus.
Hummus?
I could go for some hummus right now. I'm so hungry. Okay. I'm always hungry. Okay. I'm looking at all these damn monster toys that are above me, mocking me.
Okay, here, I'll give you some more. I will tell you what they look like, and you answer what these are. Because there are some that I just know what they look like, and I don't know their names.
Okay, yeah, and you can definitely go into Ultra Q and Ultra 7. I'm very familiar with those first 3 shows.
There's this thing with, it looks kind of like a Triceratops head, but he's got like a axe for a hand, and he's got the body kind of a T-Rex. He's brown colored.
Holy shit. Oh wow. Okay. He has a bit of a T-Rex. He has an axe for a hand.
He has an axe or something for a hand, like a big melee knife-edged weapon.
Okay. It can't be.
I think it's from one of the later series.
Oh, okay. Now I'm getting. Is it Tyrant? Is he blue and silver?
Let me look it up.
It can't be Tyrant.
Let me look it up. Hold on. Tyrant. Oh no, this is an orange man with blonde hair. This is not Tyrant.
Oh,
That's Donald Trump. Okay, no, yes, it is Tyrant.
Okay,
I was wrong. Yeah, he's like a Triceratops with bat ears.
Yeah, Tyrant's a major monster from Ultraman Toro. He's basically a Frankenstein combination of many other monsters from other shows.
Oh, he looks it.
Yeah. So, but no, he's been popular enough where they brought him back multiple times in recent shows. So.
Okay, let me think. Okay, the Miser Brother and the Heat Miser of the Ultraman universe from the original series.
Oh, Abros and Benali.
Okay, there you go.
Yes.
What else?
I'm Mr. Acid Foam. He's Mr. Fire Breathing.
He's Mr. Acid Foam. What else? Okay, I know Zeton.
Yes.
I think that's all. I think Andre says a Zeton body pillow. What else is there?
If you squint really hard, Andres and Zeton look a lot like each other.
Zeton. So there's that thing. It's kind of like a T-Rex, but it's like a skeleton. It's got a skeleton exoskeleton.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Does he have a yellow horn?
Maybe.
Sibozu.
He's all bony. Zibozu?
Yeah.
Okay. Explain, what is that?
He is he's a ghost, a kaiju ghost who got lost.
But I can see him.
Yes. Yeah. No, he got lost from the kaiju graveyard, which is basically the space heaven for kaiju. He fell to Earth and was really bummed out about not being able to go back to the monster graveyard. So he's
he looks bummed out. I just Googled him. All these pictures, he's got his head down and he looks depressed.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I love about the character. He's melancholy, but he's funny too at the same time. So
it looks like he's doing the Charlie Brown walk here.
Oh yeah,
Christmas time, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no, that's another thing about Ultraman. I don't mind the first two Ultraman shows. I don't mind when they actually, to be fair, Ultra Q sucked when it came to comedy. I don't mind when they got wacky, but yeah, no, there's scenes where you do feel sorry for Sibozu because you just wander around the landscape, just sad that he just wants to go back to the monster graveyard. And despite its spooky name and how it's portrayed later, the monster graveyard was kind of a pleasant place for kaiju souls to go to. They just wander in space and hang around other monsters.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. What is that one from the original series? He fights Ultraman to a standstill. He kind of looks like an owl in a black latex suit.
I got two of them looking at me right now. That's one of my all-time favorite characters, Mephiles.
Mephiles.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is a play on
Mephistopheles?
Yes, because he was trying to make a deal with a little kid to sell him the Earth. Because despite being a villainous, he actually loved the Earth and wanted to rule it himself benevolently.
Oh.
So yeah, and he's in Shin Ultraman too, and despite all the problems with Shin Ultraman, they actually got his character down really well. So,
okay,
yeah.
I
would imagine you would be a member of the Mephiles aliens, I think.
Oh, I thought I was that one guy with the blonde fright wig.
Oh yeah, Babalu.
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 Lucy.
Okay, who's next?
Okay, let me think. What else do I know? I'm trying to think outside the original series.
I know Goji Shea has one here, and I'll read it. A giant bat with 2 giant wings that looks like 2 very uncoordinated suit actors. But I think
Is that a Pestar?
Yes, that's Pestar. I
Oh.
was going to let you have that one.
The 2-armed starfish with the bat head in the middle.
Yes,
They look like is it one being? Because it always looked to me like 2 parents, conjoined twinned parents with a little bat head child.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a giant water bat monster. It's a singular creature. It just happens to have a weird body shape where it's walking on its wings.
Oh, okay. Because I always thought it was meant to be 3 creatures, just that were conjoined.
To be honest, though, I think they would have been better off just having 2 starfish monsters work together as opposed to this weird connection. So,
yeah, that was a little
high-minded. Yeah,
a little outside their budget.
Yeah, it's not even a very good episode too outside the silly monster. So,
what's the plot?
This thing is eating. This thing is eating oil. Everybody Miranders around a bit, and when the monster finally meets Ultraman, Ultraman kills him in 1 punch.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it's a shitty episode. Yeah, and the scientific member is having doubts, so he's like being very cowardly and lazy throughout the whole episode, which adds the annoyance even further.
Well, that blows.
Yeah, I know. It's a bad episode.
Oh.
Okay.
What would you say is the now with no sass from me, what would you say is the best Ultraman episode ever?
Oh my god!
If you had to pick one to take with you on the desert island
from the original Ultraman show.
For any Ultraman show will do.
Oh god, I'm going to be very biased because I'll pick an episode I know that I think is great, but other people would. If I could pick a personal favorite, but as far as the greatest episodes of Ultraman goes, that's a hard one. The Sibozu episode is actually really good. That's one you could put in the time capsule.
Yeah.
Granted, it's a little on the melodramatic side. If you don't have sympathy for monsters, period, it's not going to appeal to you.
What's that one where it's the guy who kind of looks like a monster version of Clayface that Ultraman ends up like pissing on and melting him to death?
Oh, Jamila.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a mutant astronaut who got lost on a desert planet, and he was able to build his own spaceship to get back to Earth, but unfortunately, he spent so much time on that planet, he mutated into an a creature that can't survive in water.
Yeah, that's one that sticks out to me, remembering, because it was really more melodramatic and more in line with a psychological depressing drama.
Yeah, and it does have a pretty good point too. Like the ending of the moral is that all these great sacrifices are forgotten for modern progress. So, but the Jamila episode is a very good pick, Brayton. Very good.
Basically, a mercy killing.
Yeah. Although, granted, the end climax where he's like this guy in a clunky suit rolling in mud kind of ruins the seriousness of everything.
Yeah, but he makes like a really uncomfortable noise that sounds really distorted. That scene always stuck with me. Isn't it outside the UN or something too?
Yeah, it was supposed to be like a meeting of various outside a UN
flags
building.
Around.
Yes, yeah. So that's another thing I like about the original Ultraman series. They were very good about being international, even though they could only film in Japan. But then again, you had all those expats who would come along and play guest stars left and right.
Well, there are mountains and trees everywhere, Raph.
That's true. So what's another really good episode of Ultraman? The Mephiles episode is pretty good, especially with its surprise ending where Mephiles realizes that him and Ultraman are evenly matched, and he logically says, Ultraman, let's just stop this and part ways, okay?
Yeah. What's the name of the episode where Red King takes on the Yeti and the Gigan ripoff?
Oh, Dreaded Comet Tesfuvan, or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's named after the comet that awakens the monster, but that's a generally just fun Monster Bash episode.
Yeah, that's kind of like a odd foursome that goes on there. Well, isn't it? Does Ultraman kill all of them? Because I'm familiar with the him, Red King, and them having their sort of menage a trois. But then Ultraman comes in, and I know the famous clip of Mr. Bad, where he shows up and dices him.
Yeah. Okay. So what happens is, so there's a meteorite that's come close to destroying the Earth, but it thankfully bypasses us just by a couple of 100 miles.
So business as usual.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the meteor does awaken 3 monsters: Gigas, a giant Yeti, Red King, and a space monster named Dorako who traveled with the meteorite. So what happens is Duraco, despite all the pomp and circumstances behind him and the meteorite, he gets taken out by Red King easily.
Doesn't he rip his wings off?
Yes. And then, and it's funny too, because when Duraco and Gygas are fighting, Red King is like sitting just egging them on.
Isn't it a little on the nose too to have a monster who looks like that fight another monster named Gygas with just literally one letter from Gigan?
Yeah, exactly. So, and then Gigas gets killed by the Science Patrol, and then Red King has his big fight with Ultraman. So
that'd be like if Jiris fought another monster named Podzilla or something in that episode.
Yeah, I know a lot of people love that episode with Jiris, but I think that's just because there's a Godzilla suit in it.
Yeah, isn't it some plot about a mad scientist who's obsessed with dinosaurs?
Yeah, a mad scientist.
Dinosaur.
Yeah, a mad scientist who disappeared at Loch Ness apparently stole one of Loch Ness Monster's egg, and Jiris is basically the child of Loch Ness. So,
you ever see that movie, The Secret Life, also directed by my favorite director from The Apartment, Billy Wilder? He made a Sherlock Holmes movie, The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes, where there's a subplot about Loch Ness Monster, but and this is a spoiler, it turns out to be a submarine full of midgets.
That sounds like a Scooby-Doo plot. Yeah, no, I've always wanted to see that one because I heard it's well, is it any good or is it one of his lesser movies?
Oh, I love it. I love it. It's from much later in his career where he was sort of on the downhill, but it's might be my favorite Sherlock Holmes movie.
Really?
Because I'm not a big fan of the who was it, Guy Ritchie, who directed the Robert Downey Jr. version. Where they kind of turn him into an action, like he fight people in that one with kung fu.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not completely inaccurate to who Sherlock Holmes was, but I can see why you didn't favor those ones.
Yeah, but it's just those post Jason Bourne, like everybody's got to be a badass movies.
And a lot of the quibs too that would take over Hollywood soon after too. So there's that too. So, but yeah, so where were we talking about? Sherlock Holmes from Godzilla?
Well, I just mentioned Jiris being a Loch Ness Monster, and I mentioned that Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind seeing that one because I would like to see more offbeat 70s movies like that. So,
okay,
all right. Have you ever seen The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes' younger, smarter brother with Gene Wilder?
No.
Oh my God, we got to do.
And that's all we can also do Without a Clue too, which is the Michael Caine, Ben Kingsley version.
We could do like a 3 weeks of funny mystery movies.
We're getting into that trap though, Raph. We said we weren't going to do many themed months.
I want to show to you Sherlock Holmes' younger brother. So it's like, fuck yeah, I got one, yay. So because I have a funny idea what we could do for next week after Little Miss Sunshine, but let's watch Little Miss Sunshine first, and then I'll.
Well, I wanted to do a whole Raph month. When's your birthday? February?
It's February, so
we can make that a whole Raph month where everything you pick.
We'll see what happens. So because I know we have Guilty Pleasure.
That's in April.
Yeah, that's in April, and it's still a ways away. Okay, yeah, we'll consider that. So okay, I guess we're done talking about Ultraman then. Oh wait, good episodes. Okay, this is a personal favorite of mine, but only because it's so silly and humorous, but it's like good humorous in my opinion. A Gift from the Sky, where there's this monster named Skydon who, despite his name, he's like so ridiculously heavy that the whole episode is our heroes desperately trying to find a way to either put him back in outer space or just kill him. So, and it is a generally funny episode. Of course, though, there's a scene where they try to shoot a rocket up his butt to get him to fly into space. But it only causes him to like run around. So there's a scene where they're just desperately all running away from this poor kaiju who has a rocket up his bum. Yeah.
That's an original series episode?
Yes, from the original Ultraman.
Is he does he kind of look like a narwhal?
No, that's Gubira. So yeah, the most popular toy apparently according to Bandai, and it's the reason they keep bringing that bad guy back. No,
Gubira, the baby narwhal, no.
No baby narwhal. No, Skydon looks like a overly obese Ankylosaurus.
Oh.
Yeah, you'll know it when you see him. So
not as cool as a Dino Tank.
Yeah, I like Dino Tank. I know you weren't impressed when I showed you that episode, but
I thought it was hilarious.
Okay. All the explosions, a robot suicide bomb. Yeah, right. Robot my ass.
And to be fair, okay, I know this thing. Yeah, yes. I remember this. Jesus Christ. Fat motherfucker. Okay.
Leave me alone. I'm so tired.
Oh, I had a big Christmas. Okay, it was a big Christmas. This is so funny. There's like a fat wiener dog. This is. Oh, I'm bookmarking this. Anyway, yeah, I've only ever seen like 5-minute increments at G Fest on their channel of Ultra Q. Though I know, and it made me do a spit take on recording. I know you love Ultra Q, and it's much better than X Files, but that's one of my favorite things to go back and listen to because it sounds like you said, like, exterminate the inferior race or something. I just went, oh god,
Fuck Mulder and Scully. It's all about Pigmon.
Yeah. So is Pigmon the villain of that? I don't know anything about it other than it's basically the Ghostbusters fighting monsters instead of their big
Ghosts.
superhero.
Yeah, although there's 2 episodes with ghosts in them. So,
and the Statue of Liberty never fights anybody.
No. Oddly enough, there is no living statue or Statue of Liberty. Okay, so what happened? Okay, so originally the Pigmon suit was originally a monster called Garamon, who were sort of like these weird android monsters who appeared from meteorites.
Like the Daleks.
Yeah. Sure. But they were basically androids, despite their weird living appearances. So what happened when they got to Ultraman, they just recycled the suit and named it a completely new monster named Pigmon. And Pigmon and Garamon have no connection whatsoever other than looking very similar to one another.
Ah.
So
much like Godzilla and Gomez and Jiras.
Yes, exactly.
Totally unconnected.
Yes. So I need to go use the restroom very quickly. Little boy's room. Not so little boy. I'll be right back. So.
Okay.
Okay, I'll mute my. There. Oh.
I'm not on the Twitch thing. I can't read comments. Oh my god, what is he showing you guys? This is a matrix wormhole? That's scary. What is Goji Shay saying? Ultraman should have just rolled him around to move him. I love the Telestan Underground Race episode. Didn't you say once that Godzilla fans ruined the Jiras episode for your rap? I think I read online that Jim Lee
Yeah, no.
Distorted human baby cries. Oh, you're back?
Yeah, I'm back. I just had to wash something. Damn it, that's not.
Oh, that was. Oh, go.
No. I need to rinse my face. It was getting weird. Damn it! This will be used against me in the court of law. I know it. So, okay. So, you know what that says? Do you want to watch the Skydawn episode of Ultraman here and now, or you want to save that for another day?
That's a half-hearted response. I'll pass.
Okay. Okay, because I still plan on playing those episodes of Doctor Who.
If it's from the first season, I've already seen it, so it's a distant memory of mine, but I've already been amused by it at some point in the past.
Okay, that's more than understandable. So, okay, but no, I'm enjoying my time talking with you right here. So,
okay, so what are you playing here? It looks like a Matrix wormhole.
Yeah, okay. I've been making a playlist of just random backgrounds to use for various videos, and this one's just an hour long, and yeah, it's the closest thing to a digital background because there's ones and zeros, but it looks interesting. What's sad is there's a lot of neat digital backgrounds, but they're like such pathetically short. I guess they figured that you make the loop. You take the footage and do it yourself, and as you know, all I got is OBS.
Well, this is sort of like mesmerizing here. I feel like I'm Matthew McConaughey going through the wormhole or whatever.
Yeah. Matthew McConaughey, was he in a movie where he traveled through a wormhole?
Interstellar!
I've never seen Interstellar. Oh. Is it any good, or is it?
Well, as you know, notoriously, I'm not a Christopher Nolan fan.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody raves about Interstellar. I would have to go back and look at it. But maybe it's good.
Okay.
I don't know. I haven't seen it with a fresh pair of eyes. But...
Are you looking forward to his next movie, The Big Bomb?
Oh, the Oppenheimer thing?
Yeah, Oppenheimer.
Looking forward to it's a strong word. I don't know. After that last movie he did, what was it called?
Tenet.
Tenet that nobody could hear or understand, which is like double the trouble. You've heard about that, right? How the audio was like really muffled and
I
people
didn't
were
hear about the
complaining about
audio
it.
problem. I just heard people getting angry about how weird the time travel subplot was.
Yeah, well, that's the thing I thought was funny because even the people who claimed that they loved it, it sounded like they didn't see it. Because it very convoluted plot, as he does in all of his movies. But the problem is with audio, the main trouble from a lot of people that I was hearing was it was so muffled underneath the soundscape of the movie. So underneath the ambient noise of the Foley and the music, you couldn't really understand what the dialogue was. Where, you know, a big part of Nolan's thing is the dialogue and expositing exposition. So when you don't even have that, you're ultra confused.
I know. Yeah, it's like trying to read subtitles in a complicated science fiction film. It doesn't go well. So
Yeah. Memento is confusing, but at least you can understand it.
Inception too.
Inception also, yes. I saw Inception when it opened for a big IMAX thing in town here. I remember Inception. I don't remember liking it though, even then, and I was a younger man.
Yeah, and that's usually like his biggest crowd pleaser. It's like even stupid people I know love Inception.
Well, he's made two movies I really do love. I love Insomnia, which is a remake of a Swedish movie, and I love The Prestige.
Just let me sleep.
Yeah.
Let me
sleep. Oh, yes, no, you're not going to sleep. No.
You're like Evangelion, oh, and Walker Mindy, oh.
Yeah, it was kind of like a weird version of The Third Man filtered through Christopher Nolan's eyes, with Al Pacino going on chase scenes after Robin Williams. It sounds a lot funnier than it is, but I do really like The Prestige, which is basically
I've never seen
Battle of the
Prestige.
Magicians.
Yeah.
And a great David Bowie cameo. That's probably why I like it so much.
Yeah, other than Labyrinth, there's really not much in the way of David Bowie movies.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm a little scared to see that. Like, I would like to see that, but I'm a little scared.
It's heavy.
Yeah,
but,
it's heavy.
It's got Takeshi Kitano in it.
Oh, yeah, in one of his scary roles. Also,
No, not a scary role. His scary roles didn't come until he started directing movies.
Oh yeah, and then his appearance in Battle Royale and whatnot.
With Battle Royale, he's great in that movie, and he has one of the best death scenes ever. He gets shot like 50,000 times, gets up, answers the phone, shoots the phone, eats a cookie, and then says, "These cookies are good," and then dies. That's how I want to go.
Okay.
Of all of the cookies I had, this one is the best.
And then
fall dead, explode.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, shit. The Prestige?
Do you want to watch Battle Royale right now? No.
No. But I was gonna say we have those Doctor Who episodes. You just want to test one and see how it goes.
Are we gonna do that?
I was thinking it's okay. There's this 4-part Doctor Who serial called Robots of Death. An original title there ever fucking was one. And oddly enough, it's considered one of the all-time great episodes of Doctor Who, especially since today.
We didn't watch it before, did we?
No,
You and I watched several Doctor Who stories together privately.
Here's the thing about Robots of Death. I've never seen it at all, so it's new to me. And if you haven't seen it, then yeah. If I haven't seen it, you probably never seen it.
Which Doctor is this?
Tom Baker.
Oh, he really did a lot then, huh?
Yeah.
There's ones that you hadn't seen.
Yes,
because I was able to pretty much, again, I know there's a lot missing, but I was pretty much able to plow through the William Hartnell stuff, over the course of a week.
Yeah, whereas Tom Baker was in the job for 7 years, and you got to remember each season was like 36 episodes. So
Jesus, I thought maybe this was later that the Brits were notorious for shorter seasons or series, as they call them.
They are notorious now, but back then Doctor Who was filmed on like a soap opera budget. So each of these serials could actually last from 6 to 10 episodes, although 4 was often the norm.
Well, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, so yeah, it's like, again, you were lucky because William Hartnell you were able to breeze through those, but yeah, Tom Baker was around for a long time, and with that says, there's a lot of Tom Baker I haven't seen, and ironically, Robots of Death, which is considered one of the all-time classics, even by people who aren't Doctor Who fans, is one I have not seen. And thankfully, I used that wonderful link you shared with me from the the movie Leprechaun, and I was able to catch the episode because I like Doctor Who, but then again, it's such a bloody expensive series to get into. So
Well, I don't. I don't want to be here and ruin it for you if it is one of the best ones.
no,
if you
no,
want to
no.
make that more of a special event.
Yeah, well, no. Here's the thing. Like, do you just want to like touch the waters with the first episode and see what happens?
I mean, I was happy just talking, but if you'd like to do that.
No. Okay, we can talk a little bit. It's like I know, and plus Goji Shay's seen it, so it's like no big deal. So
I like how you're drawing this giant middle finger though here. I don't usually look at the Twitch stream while we're talking on Twitch, so I'm getting distracted by that plus the infinite loop here.
Yes.
Okay, well, before I go though, Goji says here, I have a hard time trying to rewatch a lot of Hartnell's stuff for some reason. I guess it's because his stuff is more slower than others. I liked the Hartnell stuff a lot. And to be very contrarian and to be honest with you, I liked it than a lot of the Doctor Who Tom Baker stuff you and I have watched together. So I guess, but he's notoriously largely hated by the fan community for how
I think William
shoddy and unprofessional it was.
Yeah, no. I think the reason a lot of people don't like William Hartnell's era is because it is slower because they were working out the formula. And you don't have to leave right away. We don't need to watch Doctor Who. There's probably like another crap. You probably know a little half an hour things we could watch here and there. And weirdly enough, there is something William Hartnell related. I do want to. Now I'll take you up on the offer. In February, there is a William Hartnell thing. I definitely want to share with you that I think you're going to get a huge kick out of.
Okay. Well, he shows up in Odd Man Out, which is a movie that I wanted to watch at some point.
Oh, nice.
That's the Carol Reed movie that I prefer to The Third Man, with James Mason wandering the streets of Britain, bleeding out from a gunshot wound. And William Hartnell makes a cameo along with Robert Newton, who played Long John Silver in the Disney Treasure Island movie,
Yes.
I'm very nostalgic for.
Yeah, and Goji Shay says, I do love some of Hartnell's stuff like Daleks' Invasion of Earth, The War Machines, and The Web Planet's a guilty pleasure. Oddly enough, I'm one of the few people who likes the Web Planet, but I know a lot of people hate that because of how horrible this soundtrack is.
Yeah, I got in a big kick of watching YouTuber documentaries about old shows, and I think I rewatched that one about him. And it is an interesting the backstory is very interesting too on how it came to be. But it was really, because wasn't it filmed live to tape, so there wasn't really much time to do retakes and fixes and editing, so that's why you have a lot of bumping of the camera. And
and William Hartnell famously ruining a lot of his lines.
Which, I mean, hey, look, I can't say that shit. Do you imagine a man 4 times my age be able to? No way.
Oh God, yeah, definitely. So yeah, no.
Hey, very much take the blubbly plubble and flubla over there.
Brayton, would you like to be the new William Hartnell?
I'd be honored.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's funny. There's like, and plus, I hate to say it, like William Hartnell has like every person who's played the Doctor has brought something special to the table. They just tend to get screwed over by the producers or the writers, and that's one of the big problems with poor Jodie Whittaker, who played the female Doctor. Yeah. Granted, though, I think she's one of my least favorite Doctors because she's so passive. She's right up there with Peter Davison, the 5th Doctor, in the sense that they can't get shit done and planets explode because of it.
No.
But people die because of it. But yeah, William Hartnell, I can understand he's a little prickly. A lot of those episodes are pretty slow, especially the historicals. Where it's just pure they go back in time and it's basically an educational adventure in history.
I like that.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it at all. I think they're fun. Obviously, I know slower pace, and that's not for everybody. But from what I remember seeing, I wasn't put to sleep by it.
Yeah, well, I know I'm a big fan of the Aztecs, the episode where him and his friends go to Aztec times, and that's a pretty good episode.
Yeah, and he's just like, he's sort of a dick in those episodes. Like, I like, because he sort of has a tinge of the Zachariah Smith to him, where, he's not as browbeating, but he like knocks people on the head and stuff. And he's very dismissive. I think he's a kindly, grumpy grandpa.
Yeah. Well, that's the fun. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know exactly what we can watch. That's only like 40 minutes, and then we'll just call it a night.
We're watching a 40-minute thing.
Damn it. Okay, what you had in mind?
I didn't have anything to watch. I just wanted to touch base with you because I hadn't heard from you.
Yeah, and you know and to be honest, I would like to talk to you personally about a lot of things, but know that you're loved. I'm sorry about my little pissy attitude at the beginning of the night.
I wanted to know.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. I am looking forward to Little Miss Sunshine. I was just kind of surprised that'd be the next movie, but it does.
Well, if you have you heard of it? Because I mean, if you think you'd seen it,
I've heard of it, but for all I know, it's just a dysfunctional road trip. That's all I know about it.
Well, I think, and I'll talk about this when we do the setup of it in a couple of days, but I had no knowledge of it whatsoever, and I had watched it in film studies class and was really pouty and apprehensive to it because I just heard, because we took a vote. We would take a vote on what we would watch sometimes.
And you wanted to watch the Emoji Movie.
No, but I think that day it was either that or Unforgiven. And I really like Unforgiven, and I wanted to watch Unforgiven. But the teacher was like, okay, first off, that got outvoted in favor of this movie, and he described it as an indie comedy, and I said, ugh. And then he said, starring Steve Carell. But I like it. I love it when I'm surprised by movies, and especially newer films, because I really just don't watch a lot of more contemporary stuff. And that was from 2006, so it's not that new, but it was just a real pleasant surprise because I was going in wanting to hate it, but it has such a good heart and a good head on its shoulders that I was won over.
Weirdly enough, I think that's kind of a similar situation. It's like, I don't want to watch this. now I'm intrigued to actually watch it.
And Alan Arkin and being hilarious.
Okay.
I still got Nazi bullets in my ass. He's it's a great movie. Toni Collette is wonderful in it. She's one of my favorite actors living. You got 2 appearances, which I think is really funny. From this is pre-Breaking Bad, but you've got 2 cameos from Bryan Cranston and Dean Norris, who plays his cop brother on the show. So sort of a pre version of that too.
Okay,
fun show.
Yeah. No, I look forward to it. But no, I was being a little pissy, and I think I will talk with you after the fact. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. We're getting back to the Doctor Who stuff.
Doctor Who thing. Yeah, I know you and when you and Andres and I were talking after the apartment thing, I found a thing online of what if Doctor Who was American, and there's this fan casting list going around, which because I don't know a lot about the different iterations of the character,
and I can definitely answer the questions for you. So,
but I've got a feel for the general sort of quirky, good-natured version that the majority of them are until you get to, isn't it the War Doctor, which is the more solemn, grumpy version.
Yeah, that was a special guest star John Hurt, but at that point when they got John Hurt, that's like John Hurt was like a legend at that point. So having him play a doctor was like French kiss. Mwah.
I've never seen his take on it. I've seen John Hurt obviously, but I've never seen.
Yeah, the sad thing about John Hurt is really good as the War Doctor, but then again, it's John Hurt. He's fucking good in almost anything he shows up in.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Even in his cameo in Spaceballs, he steals the show.
Oh, not again.
Yeah, I love how when the little alien puppet is like dancing away, you can see John Hurt in the background, like just watching with everyone else.
Yeah.
He's used to this.
Yeah, it's a weekly occurrence.
Yeah, exactly. So, and he has even a little smile on his face too as he's watching this little magic horror happens.
Yeah.
But no, that was a part of Doctor Who's 50th anniversary, and it called The Day of the Doctor. And it's a neat little film in its own right, but at the same time you kind of have to have some knowledge of Doctor Who lore, even though they do a good job explaining things to you.
Yeah.
It's like, but no, it's like, yeah. And sadly, he only did that one television appearance, did a couple audio plays, which I hear are yay or nay. And then he unfortunately passed away a few years later, so...
Well, I wanted to mention that because I'm very opposed to American remakes of
British
UK shows.
Yeah.
Well, you have the occasional exceptions with things like The Office, where they take off and they're so different from the original version, they kind of have a life of their own. But with Doctor Who, it seems sort of like in concept that would have failed. But if they had gone by this casting, I could definitely see like Burgess Meredith as the first Doctor and Dick Van Dyke as the second Doctor, Gene Wilder as the fourth Doctor.
Yeah, no, it was a very good fan listing. So
yeah, and I think who did they have as the War Doctor? I think Harrison Ford. But
yeah, I prefer John Hurt over Harrison Ford, but that's not a bad combination actually, not a bad pick. Going to quickly read Goji Shea here since he says The Rescue, I think, is a really underrated Hartnell story where Vicky joins the TARDIS team. Poor Vicky. Her alien pet got shot by the doctors. And then he says, I wonder what you think of Peter Capaldi's Dr. Brayton. He's a little more gruff than the typical doctor. Yeah, it's funny. There's been a handful of scary doctors, and Peter Capaldi...
I don't think Peter Capaldi's ever played a non-gruff character, though. I mean,
yeah.
He's pretty brave. Have you ever seen In the Loop?
No.
Oh my God, we got to watch that.
Yeah, but I remember when he was cast as the doctor, that was sort of like the big gag. It's like, finally, a doctor who's going to say the F word every minute.
Yeah, he's kind of like I don't know who you would compare him to. Kind of like a what's the guy from Kitchen Nightmares? Gordon Ramsay, but actor form. He's always cursing someone out.
Oh God, yeah. I actually like Peter Capaldi's version of the Doctor a lot, but he is definitely one of the spookier doctors.
And wasn't he the Doctor before Jodie Whittaker?
Yes. Yeah, he was.
Well, that's a big change there.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, no, poor Jodie Whittaker. Like, there were hints of a good Doctor there, but the showrunner and the scripts were all shit. So, yeah. And it didn't help, like, again, her character was so passive that people died around her and she barely did anything. Yeah. So it's the same problem I have with the Fifth Doctor. But I don't know. Other than that, though, other than the bad stories, a lot of these guys, there's never really been a bad actor who played the Doctor. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's like there's always, even Peter Cushing did okay as the Doctor, even though he's not really...
well, half the key to it is hiring a likable actor. I mean, casting is 50% of the work.
And yeah, and it's funny, you earlier compared William Hartnell to Zachariah Smith. And it's funny you should mention that because, yeah, originally the Doctor was envisioned to be sort of a untrustworthy character who possibly may have even turned out to have been a villain later in the series.
And he comes across in some moments that I remember being a little self-interested.
Yeah. So, but I do love the kind of unofficial narrative that's shown in the show itself and perhaps behind the scenes, that this Doctor, as prickly as he is, it was his love for his daughter Susan, and more so the friendship he made with the two humans who broke into his house and forced him to kidnap him. That eventually made him a much more the much nicer person he is today. So, which is kind of rare character development in Doctor Who, because as much as I like the old series and a lot of the wonderful little character moments, it does suffer from like a lack of heart, which I think the new series is too much heart, not enough brains. The old series is too much brains, not enough heart. So,
was this I'm familiar with that it was a thing, but was it part of the Doctor Who lore in a meta sort of way where they had a story about the making of the William Hartnell Who, where a different guy played William Hartnell playing Doctor Who, and they recreated like that big scene at the end?
Really wonderful thing I'm about to tell you. Okay, so for the 50th anniversary, they didn't just do Day of the Doctor, which was a theatrical length episode. They also did a bunch of other specials, and one of them was a full-length movie called Adventure in Time and Space, which is a docudrama about the making of Doctor Who, and they had David Bradley play William Hartnell.
Yeah.
And I honestly think of all of the specials and movies that came out for the 50th anniversary, that's the best one. And that was the one I wanted to play with you, because it's a great standalone little story. David Bradley is doing a really good job honoring William Hartnell. That's the reason why they brought him back officially as the new first Doctor. So, because, yeah, William Hartnell's first Doctor has appeared as the first Doctor in the real show proper.
Oh, he has. Okay.
Yeah.
That's doesn't that get a little muddled? I know there was that one movie you guys watched where the Doctors crossed over. But
the five Doctors.
Does it always work that well when you have two of the same guy?
Yeah, I don't know. Here's the thing: the crossovers between the Doctors have always been interesting, just to see how the actors and characters play off each other. And Day of the Doctor is another multi-Doctor story. But granted, though, I think those stories are just intimidating to the people who make them or the people who want to watch them. Because it's like, I like the five Doctors, but if you don't know anything about Doctor Who, you're like wondering what the fuck's going on.
Well, that's what I'm curious, because I know very, very little. So these are all the same being, right? Because there's the whole regeneration issue.
Yeah.
So how do they come into contact with each other? Is it through they get plucked out of time or something? What?
Well, being time travelers, it happens two ways. One, they either accidentally meet each other because, you got to imagine there's all these different doctors running around history. They're eventually going to bump into one another. And there's been a couple of Doctor Who stories where that happens. It's like what is infamously the two doctors is they just happen to be visiting the same space station at the same time.
Yeah.
So, granted, though, I think some of the audio plays do a better job with the concept. Other times, though, there's like a world-ending event that causes time to bend in such a way that multiple doctors come together to join forces against a bigger threat. Like, I know Day of the Doctor had a really good subplot where a higher force is trying to get the Doctor to make a better decision. I won't reveal the story, but that's the reason why 3 of these Doctors meet. And then in the 3 Doctors, which is kind of a very fun... It's a fun story, but it's very cheesy. The home world of the Doctors, the Gallifrey where the Time Lords live.
Yeah.
Booby Bobby Walkie something. Sorry about that. It's hard to talk about Doctor Who without sounding like a Dr. Seuss fairy tale. Like the home world of the Doctors is being attacked by a very powerful unknown villain, so the Time Lords have no choice but to summon 3 of the Doctors to join forces. So yeah, so it's a rare event, but sadly, I wish it happened more often, because usually, like, the showrunners are so terrified and chicken shit or too confused on how to pull a Doctor Who crossover that they rarely do it. And sadly, with the big 60th anniversary coming up, they decided not to do it either. Although there's rumors that they're just going to have the old actors come back and play different roles. So with the lead actor, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's not that. Just know that there's a big.
Sounds a little convoluted.
It's Doctor Who. I can't. It's like just like it's easy. Like, what is it? At the basis of the show, it's about an alien time traveler who travels the universe, helping people and saving worlds. That's as easy as that's the most simple explanation you can give it. But then it's like, but he's inside a blue box that's bigger than the inside because it's trans-dimensional, and the box is actually living, and it's technically his wife, and it's like,
wait, what? That's okay. Don't you know what? Don't elaborate. Okay.
Okay.
That's just news to me that the box is alive and it's his wife.
Oh well, yeah. Technically, the TARDIS is a living creature in its own right.
When did they make that up?
Oh, early in the series. So
was it in the first? Because I completely forgot that if that was mentioned in the William Hartnell stuff.
Okay, so there's a William Hartnell 2-parter where they ran out of money, so they kept the whole episode inside the TARDIS called Edge of Destruction. And they mentioned that all the weird happenings was the TARDIS like they were slowly going mad, and the TARDIS was trying to readjust them back to sanity. So like the Doctor himself, this old girl, she looks after us. So, and as the series progressed, there were a lot of episodes that confirmed the TARDIS is living, and it's kind of unofficially like the Doctor Who's greatest companion, the closest thing he probably has to a nagging wife.
Okay, I thought you meant literally, because I remember it sort of being having a mind of its own. I was assume more like a haunted house type of thing where but I thought you were serious about no, they got hitched.
Well, there's an episode called The Doctor's Wife, and it's a good episode from Neil Gaiman. Where
okay, I like Neil Gaiman.
Yes. Okay, do you want me to spoil it, or do you want to see the episode itself?
You can spoil it, but like in 2 sentences.
Okay. An evil alien planet forces the TARDIS to inhabit a human body. So the whole episode is the Doctor and this sexy girl who's basically the TARDIS given human form are trying to get back to the TARDIS.
Okay.
So she can return to it, basically. But yeah, it's a very well done episode, but it's very funny because now the Doctor gets to actually talk directly to the TARDIS, and they have a very cute back and forth. Like, it's like the Doctor says, "You never took me anywhere where I wanted to go." "No, but I always took you to everywhere you needed to go." So, which is a really clever way to explain why the TARDIS never got the directions right half the time.
Okay. Well, see, this is a whole world I haven't delved into.
Yeah, but no.
I'm in the. I'm not even in the shallow end. I'm in the kiddie pool end.
Yeah, I can't blame you, because when Doctor Who is well done, it's very fun adventure stories. But when it just it's convoluted. Period. No matter what the circumstance. Like, was it Daleks? on the surface, they just look like killer robots, but they're technically not space Nazis who mutated into these hideous blobs who ride these robotic tanks like the Martians and the war machines. It's like no one's gonna buy that bullshit.
No.
So that's what a Dalek is, by the way. There's little Nazi blobs inside tanks.
Yeah, I think there's a benefit to not getting obsessed with the details.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's one of the big problems that I had. Like, what is it? When me and my brothers got into Mystery Science Theater, thanks to the Mystery Science Theater Hour, we didn't give a simple plot synopsis. Like, oh yeah, a guy's trapped in space and he's forced to watch bad movies. No, we had to sing the fucking theme song because we thought it was so cute. It's like, and I think we alienated a lot of our parents that way too.
So that was your way of describing it to people?
Yeah, we sang the theme song.
Oh, that usually puts them off. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it's like I think that's the failing of just being a fan of anything. You become too obsessed. Like, look at sports.
Is that what you do with Land of the Lost too?
No,
you pull out a banjo and do the whole thing from the beginning.
Yeah, what's funny about Land of the Lost is I think it's an opposite problem where you assume the plot is, oh yeah, they end up in an underground dinosaur land, when in reality, oh, they're in a parallel universe that happens to be filled with dinosaurs. Yeah. So, but I know you love singing the song whenever you get an opportunity. So,
Raph, Enshohma, and Bray on a late night Twitch live stream rambled on for hours into the night. Go Shay was sitting there absorbing this, and then I don't know.
Right.
I'm just stating the facts, and I think that's a problem though, where viewers put more thought into it than the people doing.
No, I was gonna say I think that's the problem with when you're obsessed with something, you don't give a simple explanation. You get emotional and you get wrapped up in all the details because a new person wants to hear about it. Awesome. And I think that's like sports fans. They never give you a straight answer. They got to give you a full detailed description of each and every player and why they don't like them or love them. So, and I think
I understand the aversion and the the not wanting to give basically a studio elevator pitch to people, a studio executive elevator pitch. But sometimes you got to if you want to, hook somebody.
Yeah, definitely. Again, Doctor Who. He's a time traveling alien who goes across the universe having adventures and saving the day.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
All I need to know.
Yeah,
all I know.
Ultraman. He's a big alien superhero who fights
Ultraman.
monsters.
He's a big asshole. Basically.
Oh yeah, he does laugh when he kills some of the monsters, doesn't he? So
he's sadistic. I can't get that image out of my mind from that one Ultra 7 thing where he's drowning the thing in a pool of water and you're going.
Hey, to be fair, he ruined his friend's skydiving vacation. Okay.
Yeah, but Jesus Christ, what a visual.
Yeah,
That's like a Jason Voorhees maneuver.
Yes, and to be fair, that alien knew how to take it too. It wasn't like a one-sided fight against a poor monster who didn't know better. So.
Yeah,
take that, you.
And those poor little puppet spiders.
Okay.
One of my favorite quotes that I made was, "Here's a sentence I didn't think I'd ever utter in my life. I'm rooting for the gas spider." Those things were ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, the spiders or the treatment of the spiders?
All of that was ridiculous.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I think I actually made a video version where I paired up the audio with the video, but I know you want me. I still need to get you the Mega Gyros audio. So
you still need to get me the bandwagon audio.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Did you download the 2 episodes of the movie Graveyard Shift I sent through Google Drives?
I think I did. I'll double check. I know I downloaded all the YouTube stuff.
Okay, well, and plus the YouTube they're permanently unlisted for you to use whenever you need to.
Yeah.
Okay, because if I can delete the 2 episodes off Google Drive, I can put in the Bandwagon and Lady in the Dunes, and boom, you'll have all the episodes.
Okay. Okay, and that's what. Didn't you sent me? You sent me Woman in the Dunes already.
Did I?
Yeah, I think that was one of the Google Drive episodes. You sent me that and Wicker Man through Google Drive.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I tried and I made a condensed.
I think I need Bandwagon and Dead of Night.
Yes. Oh, what's that sound?
That was you saying yes.
No, I thought somebody was knocking on the door, but it's just my cat Fluffy clawing at the pillow.
Oh.
She's going crazy on it.
That's loud.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I got 2 cats with me, and it's winter time, so I think they're hibernating half the time in here.
Ew.
So, yeah, she's doing that grooming thing. Oh, yeah, and you know what's a great thing about cats? You can give them all the leftover meat, and they won't complain, as long as it's cooked and it's tasty. We had a bunch of frozen pork we didn't want nor need. Now we're going to feed the cats with them for the next few weeks.
Alrighty then.
Yes. So, but no, yeah, okay, Dead of Night, yeah, okay, so yeah, just double check on the Google Drive. I think I will talk with you. I don't think we're really going to be playing anything tonight. Sorry, Goji Shay. So.
I'm sorry, Goji Shay.
Yeah.
I can't wait to. I'd like to, because I have a lot of ideas for things that I want to do and videos I want to post.
Oh, yeah.
But just to have to do this camera thing before I do that, it sort of sucks. Because I have ideas that I want to do at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And the movie Graveyard Shift obviously is a nice thing, and it's nice that it's something for your channel.
Yes.
But it's like, man, it'd be great to have a thing that I could call my own for once.
Yeah, with that says, though, I know that you've had the idea of maybe doing a Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla episode, but I think just leave that as a fun commentary, like an edited, cleaned up riff track style commentary, and I think that would save you a world of troubles. Because the two...
No!
I'm getting the puppets! I'm setting the set! We're going to do the show tonight.
It's time to get things started.
On this crappy show tonight. But fans won't leave me alone.
Oh, okay, I'll
turn
this,
ask me
I'll
damn
turn
questions.
This back on, I'll turn this back on you. I know you wanted to do a Megalon commentary for your YouTube channel. Because you love that movie so damn much.
Do you want to do that now?
I'm not prepared.
Okay, yeah. No, so Goji Shay, since you're the only one here, and I don't know if I'm going to archive this onto YouTube since we really didn't play anything tonight. We were thinking of doing a funny commentary over Godzilla vs. Megalon.
You were thinking of it, and you asked me to do it, and me, like the whore that I am, said yes.
Yes, but I don't know if we're just going to be... Because I know sometimes we hit gold when we do a commentary. I'm glad we still have the Yeti one hidden somewhere. But at the same time...
In the ice.
Go on.
We have it hidden in the ice.
That's right. He's in the ice. By the way, I just realized Ape here is practically done. So, awesome. Okay, let me save him before I forget.
Oh, is that what that is? You're doing Ape?
Yeah, that's the Korean Ape, as you can see.
Hey!
Thank goodness he found a replacement for the old joke. So we're gonna watch Ape.
Yeah, I never thought AIDS was funny because AIDS isn't funny. Go figure.
Yeah, obviously. That's like me screaming, like me coming inside the room at G-Fest saying, Ebola!
COVID! Well, COVID's kind of funny, but...
No, not really. Go!
Yeah. It's like, okay, you just have Tourette's and you're saying it at a nasally, but what are you doing here? This is comedy? And I've mentioned before, I'm not much of a big fan of Red Letter Media anymore, but I'm more of a fan of I have watched and rewatched their what do they call it? Review?
Yeah, that's probably the best thing they've done, just because it's such an earnest talk. Like, if I'm in a sad mood, I want to cheer myself up, I watch Mike Sokolsky talk about Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah, I like earnestness, and I just think their detached cynicism. We've got so much of that in terms of discourse where everybody wants to be a smartass and sarcastic about things, that it's nice to have some actual genuineness. And that's why I love Welcome to the Basement so much, is because that's kind of like a bizarro world version of Half in the Bag, but actually positive people behind it. Where Red Letter Media, it's just like the shtick of them being drunk and angry is, at a certain point, it's like, come on. And especially after me seeing Space Cop, I felt dirty after that, where it's like any respect that I had on an artistic level went.
Now, wasn't that like more like their take on a trauma movie with like a lot of offensive, gory humor, or was it just like watching it?
They tried, Raph, and that was what was upsetting about it.
Okay.
They tried to be funny.
Right.
And it's not a case where like Roger Ebert wrote Beyond the Valley of the Dolls, because I kind of like that for how crappy and out there it is with its concept. Or not out there, just so much just sort of weird 70s sex horror comedy. I have a little more respect for that than a done on purpose basically just one long crappy YouTuber video.
Right.
And it's not their brand of humor. It's not even what you find funny in their videos. It doesn't even translate to the movie. It's like a completely other company made it with them in it.
Yeah, well, thank God you didn't see their other movies. So I've not seen
No.
them, but I've heard stories.
I've seen clips of their home videos from the early 2000s, and it's just like, then they sold this and people bought this. It just does not shine a good light on them for me. Because there's a way to do like bad on purpose and a bad on purpose comedy, right? Like I love the Lost Skeleton of Cadavra, and I think it has very funny jokes in it.
I thought you hated that movie.
I adore that movie, Raph.
Oh, okay.
I own a Blockbuster DVD of the movie that I bought when our local Blockbuster was going out of business. It still has like the little clasp on it and the logo. I did not steal it. I purchased it. But no, I love that movie.
Okay.
Very nostalgia for it, mainly due to the Godzilla vs. Hedra DVD. And that's one of the trailers. And I'm like, what is this?
Yeah, the first time I saw the Lost Skeleton of Cadaver, I think it was at the Egyptian Theater. They were having their first Godzilla marathons.
Yeah.
And because the guy who was in charge of Sony's Godzilla film releases co-produced Lost Skeleton of Cadaver and gave it a limited theatrical run. He actually played that at the beginning of the film festival. And I was just like, the minute Anna Mala showed up, I laughed my ass off.
Rower.
Because I got the joke. It's like, I've seen like Cat Women of the Moon, and it's like, my God, they're going, like, it was bad enough they were touching every other cliche of 50s cinema, but it's like Cat Women of the Moon. Oh my God.
Well, I watched it when I would have been like 9 or 10 when I was in that big Godzilla young phase. And when I watched it and I got it from our Blockbuster, and I thought it was fun and funny when I was a kid, but then years went by before I watched it again, and I didn't watch it until like high school. And I was able to appreciate actually how well written a lot of the jokes are. That it's not just surface level dumb humor. It's actually a really brilliant movie, I think. And that's something that's done purposely to be the way that it is. But it's not just your typical Birdemic 2 sort of wink and a nod sort of crap fest. It's sort of a loving parody of these movies done by Larry Blomeyer, who loves these movies.
Oh yeah, one of the few people on Earth who thinks Attack of the Crab Monsters is a generally good movie.
Yeah, and good for him.
Yeah,
more people like that in that world than in this world, not named Raph Enshohma.
Hey,
because I know you love that movie.
What, Attack of the Crab Monsters?
Yeah, don't you?
Yeah, it's okay. No, I never really sat down and watched it. Like, I know it's better than its reputation, but still, it's like,
giant thing chasing little thing. I'm sold.
Oh God, yeah, the giant monster list. I was almost, God, that thing.
Well, I'll tell you something that I expected to not like at all, but ended up loving. And I guess they're remaking it, or there's talks of, but there's been ongoing talks of remaking it for years, I suppose. Is Them, which I just watched last year for the first time.
Really, I thought you were well aware of that movie.
I'm well aware of it, but I'd never seen it, like beginning to end. I watched it last October. I think I mentioned it on our. Yeah, okay. I think I'd mentioned it on that Halloween thing that we did, but I loved it.
Okay, now, do you agree that it has kind of a film noir feel that suddenly throws giant ants at you in the first acts?
I wouldn't say film noir, but I think it does have sort of just a sci-fi mystery feel to it. And I love just the openness of and some of those shots where it's just looking out in the desert and you hear that creepy ass noise they make. Yeah, I thought it was really maturely handled, and the ants look phenomenal still.
Yeah,
they look a little parady floaty in some shots,
but they're effective. Like for that, when it's a full-size creature prop like that and they're that well made, it's very effective regardless if it's convincing or not.
Yeah, and the guy from Some Like It Hot, the big guy who sort of talks like this. He has a brief cameo in a hospital bed in that movie.
Oh yeah, that's right. And of course, Santa Claus fights the giant ants.
Yes, Edguino, come here, you.
We might be looking at the beginning of the end.
Yep.
So, but no, I was going to mention Lost Skeleton and Cadaver. Are you familiar with the sequel spin-offs they did of that movie?
I'm familiar with just the Skeleton Returns Again. That's the only other one I've seen.
Yeah, I know I know Mark has the DVD copies for that one. They did a spoof of old Dark House movies called The Old Dark House.
I've never seen that one.
Yeah,
there's a gorilla in one of them.
Yes, that was the last appearance of Bob Burns in a gorilla suit. So
yeah,
then he disappeared into the woods. No, but there's also a third one they made, which was never released on physical media, but I have several DVD-Rs of it because it used to be on a now defunct horror channel we had. Called the Trial of the Screaming Forehead. Yeah,
I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's much more elaborate than the other movies, complete with like stop motion effects for the body possessing foreheads. But what's interesting about that one is it's a good mix between Lost Skeleton Cadaver style humor, but genuine horror and dread. Like there's some honestly sad things that happen throughout the movie.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I think that might be because it's such a rare movie, and if I can find the DVD copies, I think we might end up doing that for the Graveyard Movie Ship one day. So, okay. Oh wait, hold on. Let me see how I'm doing on the, on the illustration here. Yeah. So when I do it like purple with that makes it pop a little more as opposed to just regular gray gradients. But sometimes if you have, it doesn't match well. Like it works okay for the gorilla against brown and purple, but not so much on the shark. So I sometimes change the color gradient to something that matches a little better. So I'm going to try to turn this into kind of a bluish color, so I'm trying to be educational with my stupid stuff.
Oh, I'm not looking at what you're doing. I closed out of the Twitch tab.
Oh, that's okay.
Are you just doing an ape portrait for your pleasure?
No, originally this was supposed to be for a title card for Brendan Tenold.
But he did ape years ago.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. Like when Blip TV was falling apart thanks to the Disney acquisition, we thought that we needed to be more professional. So I did a bunch of sketches for title cards for episodes he did, but didn't have title cards. But then it turned out that everyone got booted off of Blip TV no matter what. So this one
disappeared with a blip.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, pun intended. Earth Baragon still liked this sketch for this one so much that he inked it. So not only is it going to serve as a portrait, but I'll give it as just a free gift to Brendan when all the elements are done, because there's still the poor snake he throws, and there's also Brendan Tenold wearing 3D glasses of whom the ape is flipping off. Oh. So, but no, as far as just like a regular portrait of the monsters, I decided just to go in and do it because like Earth Baragon's been wanting to see this one finished for a long time, and plus it just I want to give obscure characters more fan art, kaiju or otherwise, and I got not only does it have ape, but also has his dead shark friends. Dead shark.
The ape battle giant shark.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite trailers ever.
Oh,
and wasn't that trailer done for the re-release of it, where the voiceover narrator guy for the trailer is doing it intentionally bad?
Oh, what, for ape?
Like, see the ape find giant shark in this amazing colossal ant snake. It's cut really bad.
To be honest, considering this movie was like a grindhouse cheapie, I wouldn't be surprised that was the original trailer.
I thought that it was that trailer that ends with not to be confused with King Kong. I thought it was done as a joke.
No, it was done. It was done not to get sued by Dino De Laurentiis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because don't forget, this movie was released in 1976, the same year as the Kong remake.
Well, what about the title Attack of the Horny Gorilla? Was that a joke?
No, Attack of the Horny Gorilla was the re-release. Like a year or two later.
Oh, so maybe I'm just confusing those.
Yeah. No, a year and two later, they wanted to get more money out of Ape, and of course, back then there was no internet or cable television or DVDs.
Yeah.
So you could re-release movies. Like, what is it? Famously, Larry Cohen's It's Alive did really poorly when it was released to theaters. But they waited a couple of months, let Larry Cohen take care of the advertising, and it made Ballbusters the second time around.
Ballbusters.
Yes, it made money. I'll just say
Gangbusters,
that.
I believe.
Thank you. Yes. So, it is about a mutant baby, so balls were involved. Anyways, that was a terrible joke. I apologize for future generations. And Shay, hey Shay, how you doing, buddy?
I'm looking at my DVD here of Lost Skeleton Cadaver. It's got a really cool poster too.
Mm-hmm.
With the spaceship and the giant. It looks like a 50s sci-fi poster with the head looming large and got the aliens dancing in the background.
Uh-huh.
Anyhow, Ape sucks. Just so everybody knows.
Yes, APESUCK.
Yeah, APE is SHIT.
Yes.
Don't see it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And of course, Goji says, "I love how Brendan has made the one guy's nonchalant oh shit into a running gag for his reviews."
Yeah, that's kind of like what you say when I come into streams, isn't it?
Oh,
shit.
No, I think I just get giddy because a guest is coming. It's Brayton, so I know things are going to be funny even when you're angry at me. So.
Well, I'm never angry on recording.
Right. Hopefully.
That comes later.
Yeah.
But,
oh God! Don't leave me alone with Brayton.
You mentioned Earthbear again. How's he doing these days?
Last time I talked to him was in December, and apparently he had some health problems. Nothing COVID related, thankfully.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't heard from him for a while, and I do want him as a guest more so on the show too, because he's very he's very nonchalant and droll about these monster movies. So I would have loved to have gotten him and you and me talking about Teenagers from Outer Space for half an hour. Because believe it or not, I actually watched Teenagers from Outer Space by itself recently. I think it's an underrated movie.
I like the movie, but I think it's funny you just watch it for in your leisure.
It holds up for a cheesy movie. They were actually making effort.
You've seen Teenagers from Outer Space more than you've seen Psycho.
Yeah.
My goodness.
So, oh my God, little cat, what do you want? Ow, no. Oh God. Girl, stop.
She wants your life.
Yeah. Oh my God, she's dressed up like me. It's like the talented Mr. Ripley, but with a little cat dressed up as Enshohma. So she even put black boshes in her white hair to reenact my gray hair. It's not right. So, but okay, so back to Ape. Yeah, so after a year or two later, they re-released the movie The Grindhouse set as Attack of the Giant Horny Gorilla. And we're talking real Grindhouse, that's why they put horny in the title.
A lot of grinding going on.
Yes, yeah, even knowing that there really is no, well, other than the attempted subplot with a lot of the RAPE going on.
He tried to ape you, honey.
He was a gentleman. He tried to ape you. Oh my God! I'm starting to grow to the idea. I'm starting to grow more. Accepted to the idea. Open to the idea. Yeah, sure. To doing a Kong 76 commentary.
Yeah, I think that'd be fun.
Yeah. So although, like I said, because of the length of the movie, we might have to cut it in 2 parts. So, but I know you'll be there for both parts, and me too. So. I
like the movie. What can I tell you? I'm a fan of Kong. I like the first movie, obviously. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I like the 76 version. I was really let down by the King Kong Escapes watch. Not by our commentary, because I know you think that's one of the worst ones we've done, but I think we were really funny in it.
Yeah.
The movie, though, is so boring. And for a movie with that many creative elements in the periphery, it had no right to be as boring and dull as it was.
Yeah, I don't know. It just felt like an extended Saturday morning cartoon. That is just pretty boring. Oh wait, Goji says, "How about a Mighty Peking Man commentary?" Maybe.
In that trilogy, Raph, what do you think is, and not what is your personal preference, but what do you think is the honest to God best of this unofficial trilogy? Ape, Mighty Peking Man, or Yeti?
Oh God, quality would definitely have to go to Mighty Peking Man, but personally, I would have to pick Yeti.
Because you relate. Because your nipples also extend.
You don't know it. I'm shirtless now, and I'm hairy.
Hey, look at that.
No, I just think I think Yeti is a little more earnest in the sincerity, and plus, it's not every day you see a giant Jesus Yeti walking around.
Ooh, that's his expressions through the whole movie. He's constantly perplexed and angry. Those are the only 2 modes he's in. Face 1, face 2. Camera 1, camera 2. Camera 1, camera 2.
Exactly. It's like even when he's like doing that like weird little side eye thing, it's like he's still perplexed.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, what's your problem, lady? Kids grow.
To be fair, can't blame him. I would be a little confused.
Yeah,
myself.
but no, I personally like Yeti. I'm glad that there's now an HD restoration version on Tubi and the Blu-ray, which I'm happy to say I got the Blu-ray through eBay at a discount price. because there was no way in hell I was going to buy it directly from Code Red after the way they treated me.
Yeah.
Oh, those sons of bitches.
You want to see a picture of my and I don't do this because I'm not annoying. Well, I don't, not intentionally, but do you want to see a picture of my niece and nephew, Raph? This is not for the public to see. This is
Oh
for
yeah,
your
yeah,
own
no,
opinion.
yeah. If you share it through the StreamYard, I will not be able to see it. Or are you going to send it through Facebook?
I'll just send it through Facebook and you can look at it at your leisure. My sister just sent me a couple
Okay.
of these.
Okay.
I got to visit with them. They're home and everything now, and they are. You kind of forget how small a newborn baby is.
I know, and it's amazing they grow up to be adults. Gabe used to be fun size. And now
Yeah.
Gabe's roughly the same size as me, but with the body of Shaggy.
Well, it's crazy because even looking at them, everything's so tiny. Like the ears are tiny, the nose is tiny, their little hands are all small and wrinkly. It's crazy to think, yeah, these grow very rapidly to be my size. It's strange.
Yeah, it's a testament to the power of biological life. That's, a little creature can grow to be a taller entity over time.
Yeah,
And
because you see something like similar, kind of like a baby chimp or something. But chimpanzees, while big, they don't, they're not 6 feet tall typically. They have a cutoff rate where you can expect, okay, I could see how that becomes that. But babies are tiny; they're delicate creatures.
Yeah, tell me. Oh god, especially since they have unformed skulls too, which is
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of weird how that part grows too. But yeah, my for anybody who doesn't know, I have a twin niece and nephew now, Henry and Caroline, and I'm looking for the day where I can go, Henry,
Dorothy, Caroline,
Caroline. We will not be singing Sweet Caroline. But yeah, I'll send these to you in a couple of minutes. But just don't Photoshop them as warring gargantuous, please.
I would love to if you gave me the opportunity. So
they already have developed personalities, which is kind of weird too. Like she's constantly perplexed and curious about everything. And he's much chubbier than she is, and he's very docile. Like he screams for food and stuff. But after his tastes are satiated, he's pretty docile. So it's I just think it's strange how quickly all that stuff begins to take shape. You start to have personalities. Soon they're gonna have, well, they won't have teeth for like a year or so. That's when.
Yeah, and the poor little guys, that's when they do this teething ring, and it's going to be a very horrible situation for them too.
I think it's weird too how you have hair when you're a baby, but you lose that hair and then you have to grow it back.
Yeah.
It's kind of like snakes shedding skins. It's weird.
Yeah, but no, it's a testament. It's amazing how from these little creatures giants can grow. Like, it's amazing to think that baby brontosaurs are no bigger than baby tortoises, and then they grow to like 70 feet long.
Well, they're dead.
Yeah.
They're extinct, so not anymore.
Yeah, but no, it's like, what is it? Like a baby hippo is like just the size of a small dog, and then it becomes a hippo.
Yeah.
So, and it's amazing too, because like a lot of people who misunderstand science, they make a big deal. It's like, oh, in order for any creature to grow, they have to kill and destroy everything else. But it can, there are animals out there who just live off regrowing plants without killing the plant entirely. And just regular sunlight and water, and they healthily grow into elephants and horses and whatnot. And I think a lot of people kind of just, I think it's a combination of just being ignorant to the way biological life works, but also kind of this like false attitude that, like in order to survive, you have to kill or be killed. When you like look at plants, it's amazing how plants can just regenerate and bring themselves back to life. It's like there's trees out there that haven't had a single leaf on them for years, but if they get enough water or the right circumstances, they start to blossom again. So it's like, honestly, it's amazing how life works. So life finds a way, Brayton.
It finds a way.
Oh yes.
A weemba way, a weemba way.
I really hate that man.
I heard from somebody once, and this is why I have little faith in the young movie-going audience. There are people, Raph, it surprised me. Does it surprise you as much as it does me? There are people who find Spielberg's, like the golden age of Spielberg's adventure movies, boring. Like we're talking about Indiana Jones, Jaws, and Jurassic Park. There's people who find Jurassic Park boring. People my age.
Okay, I can understand Jurassic Park because amazingly, there's not that much dinosaur action in it. Even though
Yeah,
there's
but
a
it's
lot.
one of the most perfectly paced, like as
Yeah.
terms as
Oh yeah,
pacing.
no. Even when they're having that conversation in the dinner hall with all the weird slideshows in the background, it's still very compelling, and it's still very well acted, and still very. It's like them, like how even when the giant ants aren't on screen, you're still entertained by the human subplot.
Yeah.
But with that says, I can see why people would get bored with it. But the Indiana Jones movies, films that go out of its way to do stupid
To
shit,
be the quintessential crowd pleaser.
Yeah. It's like forget nuke the fridge. It's like surviving a cliff of mountain drop on a raft was a little much.
Yeah.
But
no, there are kids who find those movies slow.
Yeah, I think we just live in that unfortunate day and age right now. So
Well, I don't know. Because I am someone with ADD, so I can't blame it on that. I just think it's a problem where everything is people just it's an attention span problem. People have such a short attention span. That's why editing is so much crappier these days in movies, where there's a jump cut every single minute. Nobody can process information like at a reasonable pace anymore.
Yeah, and also I think people are just kind of trained to prefer dumber shit. It's like it's amazing how like we enjoy movies, but there's people out there who can't watch movies, period, and they'd rather be watching like a 20-minute reality TV show where everything's zooming and zipping left and right, and the obnoxious attitude of the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I just think it's unfortunately the day and age we're living in, and I think it reflects heavily in our art and our entertainment, and I think it's only going to get worse and worse as it goes along. Like movies, you think movies are bad now, I can only imagine how bad they're going to get in 3 years or 5 years. So although granted, there seems to be a reappreciation for older films and also smaller budgeted independent films, but who knows how long that's going to last. So especially after what happened with Alec Baldwin and his cheap production.
Oh yeah, that's popped up in the news again, hasn't it?
Yeah, so yeah, it's like, okay, here's my big question, all things considering. With all the advancements in practical effects and in
why are they still using real guns?
Yes. Okay, here's the thing. We have like practical effects and live stage illusions have improved so immensely. Why aren't we making really good mechanical props in the image of a gun instead of using real guns as dangerous props, regardless if they're unloaded or not?
Yeah,
It's
and I get there's that argument that well, it doesn't have the same recoil, and we got to have like a smoke, we got to have some flash. You can't develop that technology from the ground up.
Yeah, or it's like you can't have the recoil, but you don't need a real bullet in there, or even
or it wasn't a real. Yeah, sometimes it's not a real bullet. Sometimes, like with what killed, isn't it with what killed Bruce Lee's son? Wasn't it? It wasn't a bullet. It was like a charge or something they stuck in there.
Yeah, it was a charge that was misplaced, and it ended up becoming a bullet, a projectile in its own right.
Yeah, it's a projectile, not technically a bullet.
But even like a blank, even blanks, if you hold it towards your head close enough, it still will kill you because of the
it can puncture you, and
yeah. Meanwhile, it's like there's like small firecrackers that give you the same recoil, but a lot less.
They don't
deadly.
fire out anything. And...
Yeah, and granted, I know you want to avoid CGI and visual effects as much as possible, but it's like there's got to be like.
And it was a very low budget movie. I mean, they didn't have to go all that way.
Oh yeah, well apparently, there's a lot of negligence going on because Alec Baldwin is producing the movie, and I think that's one of the reasons he hired a girl who, despite coming from a family of well-known Hollywood armorers, she's brand new and incredibly inexperienced. In fact, this was supposed to be her first film.
Yeah.
And not only that, but like the stories that Alec Baldwin was just swinging the gun all over the place when you're supposed to have it down or not use it until you actually film it itself.
He was doing that big speech from Glengarry Glen Ross and pointing it forcefully at people. Hey, you, fuck you, out of town.
Yeah, but no, seriously, it's like, quickly read Goji Shea. He says, "Congrats, Brayton. That sounded like the way you guys say Julie Andrews." So,
Julie Andrews. That's Bedazzled.
Yes, Bedazzled. Yeah, I love that. I rewatched that one recently. That's a good movie. So
that's an oddity. Yes.
Yeah. What do you think of the No. Let's get back to Alec Baldwin shooting people.
What do you think of Alec Baldwin shooting people? Well, I don't think a lot of good.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
I hope he doesn't kill again. So, but
It is
no,
odd though, because he was a fairly high profile guy. You know,
yeah.
it'd be like I don't know who I would equate him to star power wise, but it'd be like if Kevin Spacey did something awful. Oh.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Kevin Spacey was suddenly found dead in a ditch a few
Well,
weeks from now.
Speaking again, Kevin Spacey's he's the boss in Glengarry Glen Ross. So two of
Mm.
those guys are in deep shit. Got to look after poor Al Pacino and Alan Arkin. They're the only ones. Or no,
Mhm.
is Alan Arkin dead?
Alan Arkin. I think Alan Arkin is still alive.
Is he still alive? I would hope that he was still
Yeah,
alive.
that or I'm
but-
mistaking him for like Peter Serafinowicz doing his impression.
Alan Arkin is still alive. Thank God.
Okay, all right.
Okay, now I hate that I even mentioned it. I brought it up.
Yeah,
but
no, here's the thing: if we're talking about somebody in a loving manner, they're gonna die. If we're like mentioning that they should die or like hope they don't die, they last a little longer. So we're okay.
I hope Alan Arkin dies. Whatever.
I hope Alan Arkin lives forever. Dies next week. Yes.
This was a disaster. Get out of my life, Peter. But yeah, we gotta make sure Alan Arkin and Al Pacino don't do anything racy. But anyway, it's just weird to think Alec Baldwin in context of manslaughter now.
Yeah. Yeah, to be
Weird.
fair, well, and also, okay, so I can understand a tragic accident on a cheap independent production, but the way his attitude towards it after the fact, outside paying the family money, but then being like what is it? When the sentence was thrown, he like literally went to Twitter saying this is horrific injustice, and it's like, dude, be grateful you're not going for life because you were the one who pulled the trigger, and that the girl you hired to be the armorer is getting it way worse than you are. So, and not only that, but it's like I watched this girl called Grace on Beyond the Trailer, and she's like one of the few movie sources I trust on YouTube. Especially since she's
Is she a puppet?
No. Although she does look a little bit like a Thunderbird puppet. But
Yeah.
yeah. I like Thunderbirds. Oh.
Whenever you recommend a channel to me, Raph, I go there and they're either a cartoon or a puppet.
No, yeah, that's right. So, but no. She's one of the few people who has like a good head on her shoulder as far as going over the business side of Hollywood without a lot of personal biases getting in the way. It's like it's hard to watch any review about shows without it turning out halfway. Oh, this movie sucks because there's a woman in it. Blech. It's like, no, I want to hear how the movie is doing business-wise and what the Hollywood executives. But no, she brought up a good point that the reason Alec Baldwin only got maybe like a couple of months, like 18 months in his sentence, if he does go to jail,
Yeah.
is because the whole thing happened in New Mexico, and New Mexico being more pro-gun friendly than, say, Los Angeles or New York is. They probably will. They put most of the blame on the armorer instead of the person who was in charge of the cheap production and who actually pulled the trigger. So yeah. So anybody who claims that Alec Baldwin is getting off cheap because it's the liberal Hollywood system. No, again, this was a low budget, independently produced movie in New Mexico, and the New Mexico jury favored Alec Baldwin because they wanted to pin the blame on the woman who supposedly supplied the guns, so to speak. So, but yeah, it's I do hope though that this whole situation makes them rethink about the use of guns because again,
well, that was the whole thing about when the Brandon Lee tragedy happened. Everybody hoped that it would do this, and I hope it will, but
yeah, and sadly, even after Brendan Lee, these horrible on-set disasters because of they still continued. Like I just found out recently because in relation to this news that a stunt woman was actually killed on the set of Deadpool 2, and it was kind of kept hush mostly because it wasn't a big actor who died. And it's like, what is it? That terrible Danny Glover comedy, Gone Fishing, of stunt woman died in that one under similar circumstances. It's like, oh god, it's like there's stunt actors out there, even in the Japanese tokusatsu, who are permanently paralyzed because they fell off a stunt the wrong way.
If I recall correctly, there's a stuntman who died in the famous chariot scene in Ben-Hur, but that's sort of used as a trivia pursuit question these days. Everybody's really cavalier about it.
He died, fucking sucker.
I believe it if you've seen that scene, but
Yeah.
geez, everybody sort of brushes it off. Obviously, there's the famous Twilight Zone the movie incident, but it's a scary situation where yeah, people just sometimes there are freak accidents, and you can't really discount that, but otherwise, negligence definitely does play a big part.
Yeah, especially when you have big egos who don't think otherwise. Like Goji J just mentioned Twilight Zone the movie, and as much as I like the movies of John Landis, the more I learn about the guy himself, it's like, oh yeah, he fucked up big time and caused 3 people to die because he
Yeah.
was impatient, and also I think there was even hubris from the people who were producing the movie too. But yeah, it sucks. So with that says, okay, the poor guy who got killed in the Twilight Zone movie.
Well, yes, Vic Moreau and the 2 kids, and
Yes.
the helicopter pilot.
Yes.
I think, did the helicopter pilot die? I don't remember that.
I think only Vic Morrow and the 2 poor
The
children
kids,
were killed.
yeah, the kids who weren't even, part of any union or anything were just
hence the reason they were
illegally there.
Yeah, hence the reason they were working so late at night when they shouldn't have been doing so in the first place.
Yeah.
But again, I just hope that in the future Hollywood relies more on practical effects. And yeah, as much as we don't like digital effects, I would prefer digital effects over real life children or real life people being, brutally affected by this nonsense. Because it's like, Vic Morrow could have just walked with like 2 puppet kids or something. It's like that. But then again, they shouldn't have been doing that so late at night, especially with the storm warnings of how extreme the wind would get. And did you really have to use a real helicopter blade when you could have used, like, I don't know, something similar but with like cardboard or something? I don't know. It just seems ridiculous. Anyways, welcome to our fun little chat.
Yeah.
Yay. Huzzah.
Oh, I sent you 3 pictures of my nephew and niece. They're adorable.
Okay.
They look it's just so strange to me how tiny they are. They look like I don't know what else to describe. They look like little hairless chimpanzees in person.
Yeah, I'm good.
They're so tiny. Yeah, do you see the one where Henry's waving like he's reaching out at the camera?
Yeah.
3D.
Yes, I see that. Okay, that one's adorable. Yeah, it's like, yeah. The funny thing about babies is when their eyes, when after they're newly born and they start to move their eyes around, one of the first things babies do is they study other people's faces, and they say that's the first step for a baby to eventually learn languages by seeing somebody's body language through their facial reactions. So
yeah, their seeing right now is really bad because they're still adjusting, but they're keeping their eyes open more and more. The one where they're in little color-coded suits are when they were straight out of the hospital.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. It's I hate to say it, when babies are newborn and they look like that, it's like the larval stage of an insect. So yeah, give it a couple days. Now they look like normal human being babies, pointing to the camera. So
I was an ugly baby. I had really dark hair when I was a newborn though, and then I lost that hair and I had like Snow White blonde hair for my early adolescence.
Oh my god!
Like I think I've shown you some pictures of me younger, and I looked like a blonde Asian boy because I had this bowl cut for the longest time when I was like 5 or 6 years old, really blonde hair, and when I would smile for like school yearbook photos and everything, I'd like smile with all of the muscles in my face, so my eyes were like little black dots. It looked like a racist caricature from the 40s or something.
Or a poorly written, a poorly drawn cartoon character, like a background extra in the Peanuts cartoons.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Chuck Brown, no.
I think Chuck Brown, he shouldn't have any voice. His mouth should just open. It should gape open uncomfortably wide, and just a giant bass like the tripod sound from War of the Worlds. Well, you created a monster when you drew him.
I know,
unintentionally.
It was just a stupid quick drawing of Charlie Brown on Bitmap, and it's like you guys saw the stuff of nightmares.
Yeah, I turned him into a fire starter pyrokinetic child.
It's about time Lucy got a taste of her own evil medicine. So,
yeah.
I wonder, the only one. Okay, who could stop Chuck Brown realistically? Peppermint Patty or Pigpen?
Well, are you just talking about the Peanuts universe?
Oh, go on. Who? Anybody in general?
Jack Hodgson, the man making off of Jack Hodgson.
I'm wearing a Festus suit. This won't affect me in the long run. Ah, shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
I don't know who would be a worthy match for him out of our universe that we've created.
I don't know.
Maybe Beluga the baby narwhal, because Beluga seems invincible.
Yeah. A little whale that can hover through hallways, I think, definitely has the power to take on a pirate.
Yeah, and move at lightning speed. If you remember the ending of the Glue podcast, like 3 separate samurai swish blades to dirty McCruption.
Oh my balls!
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, baby the beluga, baby. Okay,
Beluga the baby narwhal versus Chuck Brown.
Yeah.
A Toho production. Yeah.
All hell. So okay, I have a little kitty who wants to go outside. So give me a little bit, okay?
You go walk your cat.
No, I'm just gonna let her outside, and then that's the sad thing. She insists that I go outside in the cold air and join her. It's like, I'm not going to use the restroom with you, cat.
No, go ahead. Film it.
Okay. Now time to cover up the evidence. Okay, so I'll mute myself. You go ahead and oh, wait a minute. Yeah, let me zoom out on the big buxom blue girl here who isn't Miss Blue. So.
Oh.
Okay. I'll be back.
He'll be back. Only in a rerun. It's a great line from Running Man, which I like. I enjoy Running Man. I think I don't know if I mentioned this on recording. Not that it's of any interest in anybody. Outside of like Terminator, Predator, and Running Man, I'm not a huge Schwarzenegger movie fan. Like I do like the sequel to Terminator 2, but like Commando and Last Action Hero, just not for me all that much. And Jingle All the Way. Really don't like Jingle All the Way. I think he actually he brings a bit of a curiosity to Jingle All the Way, but really it's the Sinbad show featuring bumbling Homer Simpson, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I just think somebody maybe a bit closer to Sinbad's stature, like I don't know, at that time you had a Tom Hanks. I mean, his wife's already in the movie, Rita Wilson. So I think big era Tom Hanks versus Sinbad and Jingle All the Way could have been something. Could have been something if it was written well too, but not that lucky. I should probably go to the Twitch page because I don't know what anyone who's here at this late hour is saying. Enjoy silence for a little while. Doc Bruce Banner, belted by gamma rays, turned into the Hulk. Ain't he unglamorous? Stomping the town with the power of a bull. Ain't some monster clown who is as lovable, the ever-loving Hulk. Hulk. That's the cartoon. One of the cartoons. Oh no, I can hear myself on the stream. Oh yes, that is from the '60s Hulk animated show, Goji Shay. Here's a question: have you ever seen the very popular Bill Bixby Hulk show? I was a big fan of that in my younger days. I think the pilot of the Hulk show is probably my favorite Hulk movie, if you want to consider that. Even though it does have some very corny '70s moments. I'm a big fan of the lady who was lifting up the car with her amazing feat of strength. But interesting show. Sort of patterned after The Fugitive with the relationship between Jack McGee and David Banner. Yeah. Have you seen it? Have you seen that thing? Yeah, I used to watch that when it aired on the Sci-Fi Channel. Oh, okay. Okay, I have the box set of the series plus got a 2-pack of the 2 movies. Or I guess there were more movies, but I've only ever seen the trial
of the Incredible Hulk, and then I don't remember the name of the one where he meets Thor, but that one too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it ages well anymore because that was very much a formulaic, not necessarily villain of the week, but Hulk, David Banner strands, the strangles into another town, just wanders on in and has to beat up a local heavy rather than another monster. Closest thing to a monster fight you got in that was when he would pick on a poor gorilla in a zoo, or there was that other Hulk who was significantly scrawnier. But no, Lou Ferrigno never really challenged that much in the villain department. That was airing around the same time as the Linda Carter Wonder Woman show. Yes, you are correct, sir. Linda Carter, she makes a cameo, right? In Wonder Woman, one of the new Wonder Woman movies. I think it's 84 that nobody likes. Yeah, great time for superhero shows. Back before they could do anything with special effects. It's taken Raph a long time to take his cat outside. Maybe he really is going number 2 with that cat. I don't know. It's kind of an all kind of horror to even comprehend. I didn't know till recently that Ted Cassidy did the roar for the Hulk on that show. Yes. That was Ted Cassidy. Also, the more frightening appearance he had in live action was as the second Bigfoot on $6 Million Man. The first one, of course, was the late great Andre the Giant. But when the Bigfoot reappeared on that show as a more friendly force, he was played by Ted Cassidy. Big guy. Ted Cassidy, probably one of the better looking big men with that big man disease. I think it's acromegaly or something. Gigantism. He looks kind of just like a normal dude, but with, got taken to the taffy puller or something. Stretched out. I think I had heard that was it Ted Cassidy or Richard Kiel actually auditioned for the role as the Hulk in physical form on that show too. A little too thin though. I think Lou Ferrigno pulled it off well, plus the mop head. Great luck. Wow, this is difficult when you're a one-man show. Raph isn't here. It's just you and me. Nobody in the place. 2:45. Oh God, what is he drawing? What is that? Ugh. It's blue. I like the pretty night sky here. It looks kind of like the opening of the DreamWorks logo, but oh my goodness, just assaulted by bosom. I do feel bad that he got typecasted as monsters for most of his life and acting. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid showed he could do more. Yeah, he's great in that. Gets kind of the crap kicked out of him relatively easily, but no, he's a decent actor, but I don't know, maybe just a combination of the voice and the look sort of pigeonholed him there. Because it's not like who's the Game of Thrones guy? And Peter Dinklage, he has a varied thing despite his appearance that he can't help. So it was a different time. I guess people just didn't see a lot in peculiar looking. Well, that's not even true because that was the age of the character actor. Nowadays, everybody's so pretty. Everybody looks like it's finally wrapping back.
No, it's not the bitch needed to find the right place to be.
It's not a bitch, it's a cat.
Okay, the freaking pussy. Damn it, I'm so sorry to everybody who's going to listen to this in the future. No, she's usually very good about quickly going out there, finding a spot, and doing her business. But she was looking all over the yard to find the right spot. And I'm there in the freaking cold looking at literal steam coming out of my mouth. And it's like after she was done, she wanted. It's like she did that thing. It's like let's lay down and just watch the outside. It's like no, we're going inside. So I had to pick her up, then bring her back inside. But yeah, it's like usually she's good about like what happened. Did you eat too much? Did you drink too much? What's going on here? With that says though, one of the benefits of having kittens raised by dogs is that they teach the kittens where to use the backyard, if you know what I mean, or the front yard in this case.
Yeah. We were talking about the Incredible Hulk TV show.
Oh yeah, so I've never really sat down and watched that. Is it overrated or decent for what it is?
Well, I was telling the Void that I really liked it when I was a kid.
Oh come on, it's Goji Shea. He has a voice. He has a name.
Well, I know there's somebody listening. I'm just never really cognizant of anybody listening to us talk, so I was just trying to talk out loud and fill time. But no, I really enjoy the show, though. Again, speaking about formulaic things, he just sort of wanders into another town and beats up another gang each episode.
Yeah, and to be fair, like even knowing like as much as it would be fun to see him fight supervillains on the television budget,
No, I was always more invested in the cat and mouse chases between him and Jack McGee. That was the real what kept me interested.
Right. Yeah. So
because there are so many close catches in that show, and there's actually that one which really irritated me because I think they could have gone in an interesting direction with it. There's that episode where they actually come face to face. Like David Banner is walking out into the hallway of this hotel that he's staying at, and Jack McGee was about to knock on the door, and he sees him there and is like, "Oh my God, Banner, you're alive!" It's a great scene, and it was like the moment where David Banner had to say, "Oh shit, I can't talk my way out of this one." But I think like in that same scene, he convinces him that he's not him, and he's like a guy who just looks like him, and he's crazy. It wasn't handled very well how he gets out of it.
Yeah,
but. I always enjoyed that aspect of it. And the actor who plays Jack McGee, I can't remember the actor's name, but he's really fun. Has an enormous mouth.
Yeah, they tend to have more enormous mouths back then. So
I got a big mouth, but
oh, you're not that bad. I've seen worse. So you know the funny thing, yeah. Okay, so Jack McGee, how much of a threat really was he to the Hulk?
Well, he's no threat to not necessarily to the Hulk. I mean, he's just literally a newspaper guy. I mean, he's not going to beat up the Hulk. The threat was him finding Banner and saying, because the first episode of the thing, when David Banner becomes contracted with Hulkism, he's working with this his female partner to discover what's wrong with him, and they're recreating the situations that brought on the Hulk transformation, trying to figure out what's the deal. And the Hulk goes mad in the laboratory and shit blows up, and his assistant partner ends up dying. And so, and in that episode, Jack McGee and Banner have kind of this antagonistic relationship before anything happened to begin with.
Is it like Jack McGee doesn't trust scientists?
Yeah. So, well, it's just him being a shitty reporter, basically, and nosy. So the episode that kicks off Jack McGee's hunt for the Hulk because he witnessed the creature running off. So he's trying to find this creature and is obsessed with it. Number one, to exploit it, obviously, and to better his career, but also because he thinks it's responsible for the death of two people. Because as the intro will tell you, David Banner must let the world believe that he is dead.
Yes.
So it's this hunt to find the Hulk, but also every episode has that sort of thing where he's about to cross paths with David Banner, and it's going to be a real freak out because Banner can't let him see him, obviously. So, I think it was a really interesting series for me at the age that I was when I got into it. Going back to it now, I don't know how much it would hold up as the show goes on.
Yeah.
But I do think that the pilot is really strong, and if you haven't seen that, it's worth it because I think it's the best Hulk movie that's been made.
You mean you don't like the funny one with the She-Hulk breaking the fourth wall?
I would probably despise the She-Hulk, but I have seen a clip online where they actually recreate the intro to the 70s show, and they do a pretty faithful job of it.
Yeah, I've not seen a single minute of the She-Hulk series. From what
I've seen stills of the twerking scene. That's all I need to see.
Yeah, no, I hear there's moments of brilliance, but for the most part, it's another streaming show where it's like a lot of wasted time and potential.
Oh, well, I already hate the MCU, so
Yeah,
that's like
yeah.
not something I want to even support in the foggiest. But
Mhm.
I just saw that clip online and thought, oh well, that's kind of a cute
Yeah.
throwback. And Mark Ruffalo pulls off a Bill Bixby look really well. There was to bring it back.
How
There
do we
was
know
talk.
he's not Bill Bixby pretending to be Mark Ruffalo to
Well,
avoid Jack McGee?
he's got a great look to him. That's kind of like a throwback to a '70s actor. And to bring it back a little bit, he was in talks when I hope to God they never do it, but when they were going to do a revival, a reboot of Columbo, he was in talks to play Columbo.
No,
Uh,
that's not half bad.
yeah, but
I
it's
know.
like
Don't bring back Columbo, but yeah, no, that would have been decent casting.
no, and he's a big fan of it, and he was pushing for it, but it just never happened.
Mhm.
But I like him, and I like the fact that he looks the part. So, you know, he was in Zodiac. Have you ever seen that? He basically played a detective in there, so he already had his bite at the apple.
Yeah, never saw Zodiac. Again, I've seen only 5 movies.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's a David Fincher movie. You've seen The Game.
Oh, I think yeah. The Game is everybody's first David Fincher movie if you're a little kid. So this is
Yeah.
PG-13. You can watch this. We won't spoil the ending, but there's a reason why it's PG-13.
Yeah, it's I really like the movie. I know it gets a lot of shit though for the ending, but I think it's a really fun movie.
Yeah, I don't mind the ending that much. So especially it's sort of like a positive Twilight Zone twist, but at the same time, considering like how dark and scary the movie is, to suddenly go like surprise.
Yeah. Wouldn't it have been great though if because doesn't he shoot his brother or something? Someone gets shot initially before he jumps off the ledge.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been great if I don't know. Maybe people were expecting a better ending, but I like it quite a bit.
Yeah. So, but no, we'll see about that. There's another one. So many movies to rewatch and revisit. So, yeah, and I can't think of anything to watch tonight. So I think we'll just turn this as a simple conversation. Next time, though, I'm definitely just gonna play stupid monster stuff.
That's fine.
Okay.
Because you need your fix.
No. Like, what is it? Like, one time I did a whole marathon inspired by 100% Weird, the TNT programming block, and I liked the way that ended up happening so much that I would like to redo that in the future, where I just take like a couple of random movies and play them late on Friday nights. But no, I don't mind this kind of unofficial, like this unofficial night owling episode, and one I can easily re-edit with Patrick's help. So.
Did you know, Raph? Since
Yes?
we might not do this as a review because I pitched it to Andres as an episode since he's bringing back a fully endorsed with me as the co-host. I don't want to break news to anybody, but Goji Shay's here.
But you'll break when?
I've never done that on recording.
Sorry.
I'm a professional when I show up for these things.
Yeah,
I never have my bodily functions interrupt the course of conversation.
Brayton.
Sorry, I had a burp in my throat.
Yeah. No, I'm the one with the hiccup burping problem. So.
You have a mute button.
Yeah, but it's like not when I'm in the middle of talking, so it's so hard. All right, but no. What were you gonna say?
Well, I was going to say, Knives Out, the director of Knives Out, Rian Johnson, has a TV series in development that's a throwback detective show called Poker Face with a lady detective. I guess Adrian Brody's going to have a part in it. I watched only the trailer, but it looks interesting. I'll read you the synopsis here.
Okay.
Charlie, that's the name of the lady, who has an extraordinary ability to determine when someone is lying, hits the road in her Plymouth Barracuda, and with every stop encounters a new cast of characters and strange crimes she can't help but solve. And from the looks of it, it looks like it's definitely going to be a throwback to 70s television, sort of in the line of, it looks more to me like a mashup of Columbo and Rockford Files and kind of the Incredible Hulk when it comes to, floating in between towns and whatnot. But it looks really funny. And I think it's going to be on, what is it, Hulu? I don't know what streaming thing it's going to. That's always the disappointing part of this.
Bloody Hulu. Actually, I don't mind Hulu. I just fear that what they say is going to happen, and Hulu's going to disappear in a couple of months or something, like HBO Max is supposed to be going.
Yeah, let me see him.
The dinosaur.
Peacock. Okay, so I guess it's another peacock thing.
Ooh,
You got to get the
okay.
cock to.
Yeah, no. Yeah, they claim it's free, but yeah, no. Peacock has become a paywall.
Well, no. Peacock is not free. I have it
Absolutely
at a
not,
very, I have
yeah.
it at a very cheap price though, because this last September for new subscribers, you could enter a thing where it's only $2 a month, $1.99 a month
Mhm.
for new subscribers, and I got in just before the close off for that, so I have it for the entire year
Oh,
for
okay.
$1.99 a month, and
I
I
wish
still have it.
Yeah, I wish I $1.99. I wish I knew that. So,
I
well.
learned it at the last minute on the literal last day.
Yeah,
But I've
no.
been watching a lot of stuff on there.
Mhm.
I've gotten reacquainted with Sequest. Have you ever heard of Sequest
Yes.
DSP with Roy Scheider?
Yeah, no, being a giant monster fan, I had to watch episodes of Sequest to catch the
Okay, well, fuck the giant monster shit. It's Star Trek
They
underwater.
They battled a giant alligator.
Yeah, who cares? It's Star Trek underwater, which is such an amazing in the sea. So I've always had this fascination. I think I've told you about this with underwater, with the ocean. Ever
Mhm.
since I was a little kid, the first movie I remember seeing in theaters was Finding Nemo,
Oh my
and was like,
goodness.
"Oh my god, look
Mhm.
at all the colors of the coral." And from then I was fascinated with the ocean. But
Mhm.
I have a real life fear of water. Like I never want to go in it. But
No, I totally yeah. Like, what is it? Like, Voyages of Autumn Sea is a lot of fun to watch, but at the same time, I don't want to go into the ocean. It's so empty and scary in
Not at
there.
all. Not at all.
Yeah.
But it's beautiful, and I love documentaries about it. I love
Mhm.
the coral reefs. I love movies that take place underwater. That's why I love the Atlantis movie so much, the Disney Atlantis movie.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you were indifferent towards that one.
I have nostalgia for it.
Okay.
It may suck in hindsight, but I remember watching it over and over again as a
You
kid.
don't like the French?
know.
Mole?
I don't know. But I've been watching Sequest, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Sequest is a good show.
It tried. It tried to be a good show.
It tried, especially I think the pilot is really,
Mhm.
it's definitely cheesy. The acting could be better. But it's an interesting concept, and the pilot is handled actually pretty well because it's directed by Irvin Kershner, who we all know from Empire Strikes Back.
Okay.
And Roy Scheider is in a lot of things, I find this, but especially in the show, he really gives it his all at first anyway,
Mhm.
and plays a competent captain character who swore that he'd never go into the sea again and never enlist in a military organization after the death of his son. And he has an interesting background,
Mhm.
and he gives a good performance. Like he's kind of one of my favorite unofficial Star Trek captains now, just from this show.
Yeah, and Star Trek was pretty big back then too, so I could see why Sequest would try to make an effort with Sequest.
Yeah, it was and it was around the time of stuff like Amazing Stories, I think, and Spielberg was a producer on it at least at first.
When Amblin Entertainment was actually worth a damn. So as opposed to today, what do? They just do reruns of Animaniacs. So
I don't know. I wasn't getting hostile, Raph. You brought it to a whole new level. But the Sequest, I think it's an interesting show to watch. I'm not going to say it's great. I will hesitate to even say it's good, but a very interesting concept. And I think if brought back in capable hands, would be interesting to see again. But I just like it, because I get more Roy Scheider in my life, and I love that guy.
Right. There was an episode where actually I only remember the giant alligator. I don't remember the other monsters.
God, I don't care about the giant monster. That's was when it started to get stupid, when it would bring giant monsters and krakens and whatever the fuck in.
Well, to be fair, that it was relatively rare for the most part. Most of the episodes were, they.
I know the first episode is basically like a war drama between a woman who was fired because she was too quick on the draw with launching a missile. It's sort of like a submarine war movie at first, but then it turns into hokey crap near the second season, and then he gets kind of written off the show, and they bring in Michael Ironside, which I like him, but
not Roy Scheider.
He's no one's not,
Yeah, no
Roy
one.
Scheider's in a league of his own.
Yeah, exactly. How are the Jaws sequels? Okay, more importantly,
this is a fun diversion. How is Jaws 2?
Yeah.
Well, his scenes are great. That's what's disappointing is I really like Jaws 2, but only for his scenes. I skipped through all the stupid teenage parasailing stuff, the sailboat crap. Couldn't care about that.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing about him actually having PTSD and the town sort of turning, or the people of the town sort of questioning him because he's gun trigger happy, whenever he sees something in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
They actually go into depth with his character there. And I know it was an unhappy production. He literally got into a fist fight with the director of the movie.
Wait.
But I would watch Jaws 2 for his stuff. Like the great scene where he brings the mayor and the town leaders of Amity having this meeting, a picture of a shark, and he's trying to convince them that's what it is. And there's the scene where the mayor sort of takes the picture from him, like, all right, we'll go back and discuss this. Well, I'm going to sit here and let you discuss it. It's a competently done sequel for those sequences.
Okay.
It's just the rest of it's really crummy and hokey with the kid stuff. And
yeah, I hate to say it, is that just a simple bias, or just every time when teenagers are brought aboard, it usually is just poorly written? Because
no, it's poorly written. I love movies with teenagers. Good stories can be written. And kids, I love Stand By Me. But okay, compare Stand By Me to Monster Squad. There's an obvious difference here.
Yeah, okay, I see where you're going at.
No, it's just poor writing. It has nothing to do with an age group.
Okay, yeah, it's just whenever there's teenagers on screen, often it also is accompanied by bad writing. It's like
and the problem in that case is just it's got an A story, B story, and the one story is so much more interesting than whatever's going on over here.
Yeah, okay, that is true. Like,
it's like Last Jedi, kind of. The stuff with Rey and Luke is very interesting, but you have this Canto Bight side quests.
Mm-hmm. So, or the weird purple-haired lady that can't communicate with the jet pilot.
Yeah. Laura Dern's character.
Yeah. So, God, it's so funny how like everybody loves Laura Dern in Jurassic Park, but then they saw her in Last Jedi. But thankfully, because she was in a purple wig, they can't tell They can't tell it's the same woman, so they just assume they're two completely different actresses.
Well,
Star Wars fans are the smartest.
I love Laura Dern and everything. I'm a big Wild at Heart fan. She was in that movie Marriage Story, which I still haven't seen it, but got nominated for an Oscar a few years back. She's a great actress and daughter of Bruce Dern.
Okay, now I see the family resemblance.
Oh, you never knew that?
Yeah, no, I had no idea they were related.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she seems like a true sweetheart.
Mm-hmm.
She was in that, what's that movie, the Jake Gyllenhaal rocket movie? She was in that, too. We had to watch in school all the time.
October Sky?
That's it, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I never seen it. Even I know what that is.
Yep.
So, Goji Shea says damn it, I said the name wrong.
Roy Scheider.
Roy Chowder is
Rob Schneider. No.
Yeah. I used to make that mistake all the time. So I couldn't do like my Jaws pull gag without it's like, why Rob Schreider, Raph? I don't know. Roy Schreider Chowder's Roy is
Raph, are you having a stroke?
Yes. Ugh.
Okay.
Thump.
All
I
right.
blame the cat.
Well, drat the cat.
Yes. So Strokey the stroke cat.
You get a stroke. You get a stroke. Stroke cat.
Stroke me, stroke me.
Okay, Roy Schreider's is also in the sequel to 2001: A Space Odyssey. 2010.
Yes, which I like more than 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah, you know it's funny. I've never seen 2010, so there's another.
Yeah, the year we make contact.
Yeah,
it's
more coherent.
Well, no, okay. So 2001: A Space Odyssey is a masterpiece, and I respect it. I respect it. It's very innovative, beautifully shot, all that crap. The music integration with the music, Hal's great. It's thunderously dull to me. Like it's so absolutely mind-bogglingly boring. With great sequences in it. Like I will watch sequences from that movie before I watch it as a cohesive piece, because the set pieces that are there, that are the famous ones, like the whole Birth of Man, or not Birth of Man, the stuff with the apes at the beginning. Beautifully shot, beautifully done. The movie just doesn't do it for me. 2010, on the other hand, and I will give a lot of this due to Roy Scheider just being there, is an engaging space movie. And I think if it wasn't attached to it, and I know it's based on the book that Arthur C. Clarke did.
Yeah, and he made several books in the 2001 universe.
Yeah, there's a third one too that never got done. But no,
as a movie. But
as a movie,
yeah, it was published as a book. Even I know the plot to that one. So,
what is that one?
So the one guy who gets thrown into outer space in 2001.
Yes.
Yeah, his frozen corpse is found in the year 3000, and it is revived with advanced science. and he's basically adjusting his life and also discovering a new mystery that might be the final step for mankind to join the aliens in space.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, 2010, the year we made contact, is about them trying to solve the mystery of which he never says, "My God, it's full of stars" in the first movie. That's something that always gets equated to 2001, but he never says it. It comes from 2010, and they're trying to decipher that last message of his, kind of like Rosebud, and they find the monolith, and it sends them the message, and he basically comes back. Dave from the first movie comes back in sort of non-corporeal form.
Oh, don't spoil it for me. I do want to see it now. It's like,
oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, what is all this? My mind is blown.
Your mind took a poop at the end there too?
No, I'm losing it as far as terrible special sound effects go.
And special effects.
God, when I was a kid, I used to do really good explosion effects. Now it's just like,
now you're a hack. But yeah, that's the same. The director that Peter Hyams, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but he directed Capricorn 1, which is that political paranoia, going to Mars but not movie, and which is not great, but I have a lot of affection for.
Right.
And he also did, which I haven't seen, Outland. That's the Sean Connery remake of High Noon in space.
Except in space, yeah.
Yeah, that's which I've heard mixed things about, but I want to see it one of these days. Because Sean Connery.
Damn it now.
Yes.
There's leprechauns everywhere.
This is my Russian accent, by the way. Very convincing.
Yes. So how are you holding up?
My legs haven't failed me yet.
Yeah, we've been going for almost 3 hours now. It's 3 hours and 38 minutes. So how are you holding up, Yeah, let's see how Goji Shea is doing. Yeah, that's 3001, the final book, indeed.
3001 is the final book?
Yes.
Jesus, that's a jump.
Yeah, indeed. And Bender's in it, too. Kiss my shiny metal.
Sorry, Dave. I'm afraid you can kiss my ass.
Good news, everyone. They finally make a movie based on this insanity. But you're all going to have to die. That's a terrible impression of Farnsworth, but it's on the money as far as dialogue goes. Hogwash.
I'll be honest too, I've never really gotten into Futurama.
I adore Futurama.
There's a lot of popular animated shows I haven't even touched with like I've seen episodes of Futurama and they're funny. I just haven't watched it to know enough about it. But what's that horse one that everybody loves?
BoJack Horseman.
Yeah, never seen a frame of that.
Yeah, I've heard it's a lot heavier than it's people supposedly says it is.
Well, I'd probably like it if it's a heavy show and it's done intelligently, because it's about, isn't the horse like a down on his luck actor or something?
Yes, and then it gets even darker there. Oh, great. Fluffy's in her play mood. This is where she runs around the house for no reason, chasing after shadows.
Cool, let's see it. Oh, right. We can't. We have no context for what the fuck you're talking about.
No. When after a long nap, she likes to she doesn't like to hang outside, and I don't blame her because it's cold. So
she's a cat.
Yeah, she runs around the house for like a good half an hour until she tires herself out. So,
all right.
Yeah, it's a thing she does. I gotta get them a laser pointer. They need some stimulation. So. So yeah, if you're wondering what all those loud crashing noises is, that's Fluffy literally going through all the doors and going crazy.
Yeah.
So, it's like Agent Whiskers, but not as adorable. So, yeah. Wow. Okay. So yeah, back to Futurama. No, you want to hear something funny?
Try.
Okay. So the monkey walked across the street, and it's like, "Where's the chicken?" And the monkey's like, "Deal with it."
Ball busters, Raph.
Thank you. No, I've recently tried it. I've been kind of binge watching recent seasons of The Simpsons.
Oh God.
Yeah, it definitely is not the same quality as the original, but there's some funny things going on here and there.
It's just uncomfortable for me to watch anymore because of the voices.
Oh, because of how
everybody sounds so strained and
yeah. No,
tired.
I can't blame you. Like, what is it? Ironically, in the last few seasons, Homer has returned to being a sweetheart, but I think
Yeah.
that's largely because Dan Katzenelli can't do jerk Homer anymore.
I love in the old episodes when he would scream, how you would like hear the reverb of the recording studio that he was screaming. Bart!
Yeah, but no, there was I just before the stream there was an episode called Lisa's Belly, where Lisa gets like because she had to take a medicine after a terrible infection. Lisa becomes a little on the chubby side, right?
Oh, sounds hilarious.
Yeah, but no, the funny thing is Marge comments on it and it sticks with Lisa and really affects her emotionally. So when Homer comes to ask, what's wrong, Lisa opens up saying, "Mom called me chunky," and then it cuts to Homer like his interior monologue. It's like, "Oh my God, she did the one thing you're never supposed to do to a little girl. Tell her that she's fat and real. Okay, how can I fix this? Okay, me and Lisa will escape in the night and live in the mountains, and we'll have to abandon Bart and Marge. Wait, no, that seems wrong somehow." And I thought that was a generally funny gag because it was him in his own twisted way trying to be sweet, but then realizing, wait a minute, no, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, I was thinking it was going the direction of, oh no, she did the one thing you're never supposed to tell your child. Tell him the truth. Oh no.
Yeah. So, but no, it was kind of like a sweet little episode, kind of dealing with the fact that some words definitely stick around with you, but.
I know we make fun, Raph, of you kind of being like Homer at his control panel with your live streams and stuff that you do. But so that begs the question, do you have a sign above your computer that's sort of blotted out with pictures of Miss Blue that says "Do it for her"?
No, I have jury duty on March 6th.
Oh.
That's the only sign I got here. Actually, I do have a little posty note that I taped the movie Graveyard Shift notes. Like, it's so it doesn't work.
Twitch stream. Raph needs glasses. Twitch stream. Raph needs glasses.
Meanwhile, Jack Hawks is like trying to put a pencil down my butt. Check this out. Lenny, Carl, whatever your name is. Okay, so weirdly enough, there was a two-parter, like an hour-long special called "A Serious Flanders," where it was like one of those rare "What If" episodes of The Simpsons. Like, what if they imagine The Simpsons as like a Fargo parody? But it was actually fairly good for what it was, because it's like it touches on a lot of the cliches related to Fargo, but because it's a what if story, they got away with.
Flanders, of course, is the William H. Macy character, right?
No, but he is the lead hero of the story, where he gets into trouble because he finds the bag of money and he donates it to the local orphanage. Unfortunately, that grabs the attention of an evil mafia hitman who used to know his father. Yeah, and then things escalate, and because it is a what-if story, they get away with some death, and there's like a recurring gag where Disco Stu gets killed in a crossfire between the Fargo-style villains and the mafia. So throughout the episode, it's like people are mourning the death of Disco Stu in the background and whatnot. It's like, oh, we'll have to meet Homer. We're going to have to meet at Disco Stu Memorial Drive. Okay. So, but yeah, no, that was actually a pretty good two-parter, and I really do hope The Simpsons kind of, like, granted, it's like the golden age of Simpsons is long past, but this is definitely I think after that horrible Elon Musk episode of The Simpsons, they realized, oh yeah, we got to kind of step our game a little bit. So Elon Musk was a guest star on The Simpsons, and it's embarrassing.
Ow.
Yeah. I'm glad he's an idiot.
Isn't it great that because you've seen the first season of Fargo, the
yes, I enjoyed that one immensely. Yeah,
the FX series. Yeah, it's always strikes me as funny that this is funny. They got a Minnesotan mob boss. You don't see many of those. Yeah, even up here we have organized crime, Raph. It's true.
Yeah, and organized crime is everywhere. So
that whole that movie Road to Perdition, the crime movie with the mob boss movie with Tom Hanks and Daniel Craig and Paul Newman, that all takes place in Rock Island, which is like 20 minutes from where I live.
Yeah, believe it or not, that movie's based on a graphic novel. So
I know. The actor. It's like, what's his name? Because I read another book that he had written, not a graphic novel, but a book. I'm blanking on the author's name, but I think it's funny because if you just showed that to an older person, they'd probably never know.
Yeah.
it's a very good story.
Yeah. So yeah, there's another one for the list. So.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No, but I'm familiar with it a lot because my brother Miguel was a big fan of it. So we
No.
unfortunately never had a chance to watch it. So.
Yeah. Tom Hanks doesn't really get the chance to play many unsavory characters, so it's nice to see him.
I know, it's like he's gotten to the point where he's America's grandpa. And to think that there was a brief time where he almost ended up being like a hack comedian we would forget about. You know, he did a drag show and he showed up in a Dungeons and Dragons movie and that was it. So
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
wow.
Booze and Buddies, that sitcom.
Oh yeah, Bosom Buddies. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he wasn't like in Dragon and Honest to Goodness.
I thought you meant an actual drag show, and I was like, oh, I need to see this footage.
Yeah, no, and I was also making reference to Mazes and Monsters, that terrible TV movie with him. So.
Oh, okay.
I think I stabbed somebody.
I don't think I've seen that.
Don't. It really is a schlog. And considering the terrible circumstances behind the movie that was made as propaganda against Dungeons and Dragons by basically sociopathic liars, it's like, yeah, no, we're good. This movie does. Plus, there's no good looking copy of it anywhere online. So
isn't Dungeons and Dragons itself kind of the best anti-Dungeons and Dragons thing? And I don't mean to hate, but
oh yeah, that movie with Jeremy Irons going like to his dragon army. Yeah, that movie. Yeah, and apparently there's a new one coming out with Chris Pine that everyone was excited for, but then the Dungeons and Dragons corporate heads decided to make all Dungeons and Dragons nearly impossible to pay for as a free service.
What is with this recent revived interest in this game?
Well, first off, a lot of recent fantasy shows have been kind of created from D&D campaigns. Like I know God, if Wynn was here, she'd school us. There's that animated series Vox Machina was based on like a very famous D&D campaign that was streamed online. But yeah, I think that's it's recently kind of come back into vogue. So yeah. Oh wait, Goji says, did you ever check out that fantasy show from Matt Groening recently made? I think it was called
Enchanted.
Yeah, Enchanted. It's okay. Just unfortunately suffers from like most serialized shows. It just wastes times. It's like we could have been doing so much in these episodes instead you were just like pulling us along. And Critical Role, Critical Role was like an online show where a bunch of these celebrities got together and streamed their D&D campaign and became so beloved that made a more mature rated animated series based on the game.
Okay, so pardon my ignorance, what does a campaign entail? Just a playing of the game?
Yeah, a playing of the game, but your own. It's the adventure storyline you create within that game. It's like, what is it? And everyone, you can create your own original characters, the D&D, based on the various races and creatures within the books. So yeah, you can. A lot of people's original characters start out as D&D game characters. So it's like what was I think Reddick started out as a D&D campaign that eventually, what's his face, Tree Man, oh god, the guy who
Vin
Diesel turned into a science fiction film. He had to fudge up a lot of the details to turn from fantasy to sci-fi. So, what is it, Cat? You've eaten plenty of pork. No more pork for you. Why did that sound weird?
Your porking days are over.
Yeah, Cat. The pork is gone. Okay. But yeah, I think that's the reason. And
Rejected songs from Fiddler on the Roof.
No fish today. My love has gone away. This isn't cabaret.
Kosher, no sir.
There's no golem here. Boom. Ba, 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 ba.
You've seen Fiddler on the Roof, yes?
No.
Oh.
Are you terrified to show it to me, or?
No, it's a beautiful movie. I'm just surprised you like that. And what else was the other thing you hadn't seen? Not Singing in the Rain. Sound of Music.
Yeah, I've never seen Sound of Music.
Okay. I don't know if those would be good for a movie graveyard just because they're long and you don't like long things.
Yeah, we can do them as two-parters.
Other than my penis.
Brayton, I might repurpose this on YouTube.
My penis. It's late
Now the
going.
sweet songs of Brayton Connor. My penis. My penis.
My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, huh? Oh my God, Becky, look at her butt.
Did you ever hear the bluesgrass version of that song?
Oh no.
Oh my God, I think we'll play in a little bit.
I think I've heard the Wilfred Brimley version of the song, but no, not the bluegrass version.
Okay, yeah. But no, I think that's the main reason why D&D has become really popular lately. And because a lot of modern day fiction, especially amongst the younger generations, have been born from D&D games.
Oh.
And also I just think it's become a lot easier to play thanks to online streaming. You know, we could do.
Isn't that weird? Because
What?
it's a game. It's a tabletop game. It's a board game, a glorified board game mixed with a role playing game.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like if you were streaming Sorry or Clue or something for people to watch.
Yeah, but you don't get to create your own original characters and get to
You
play
can if you want. The rules are suggestions.
There is no Mr. White. There's only Mr. Plaid.
Yeah.
Why would you do that? I like plaid. Brayton, put the plaid down. No.
Are they doing that Clue, another Clue movie with Ryan Reynolds? I've heard talk about.
I heard they were doing it, but I don't know what the status was, and that was like almost 3 years ago. So I think.
I just think in a post Knives Out world, why bother?
Yeah.
Because they had another recent movie called See How They Run with Sam Rockwell, actually, who I love. It was one of my favorite actors, playing a detective type character. And it just came across as a little hollow. Like, I think if you have to have the right hands on that to make it not seem really cheesy. I just don't know if another Clue these days would work or is necessary.
Yeah. Well, was the movie any good? See How They Run? Or you haven't seen it yet?
Yeah, it was okay. I just saw it a couple of days ago. It's with it doesn't have a stacked cast. It's got Adrian Brody and a few other people in it. Saoirse Ronan. It's a British film, and it's actually based around a film not called Death Trap, but I think it's Rat Trap by Agatha Christie. Not based on a film, but based on a play.
Okay.
And it's basically a murder mystery. A guy gets murdered on stage during rehearsal, and it's fun and all. It just seems a little corny and a little Wes Anderson-y.
Yeah.
But I just don't know how a Clue version, or not a Clue version, but a Clue movie would come across if done that way, where it's a little too winking to the audience. Because what I like about the first one is all the performances are so earnest and
plus,
all out.
Yeah, and there was a Miss Maple, the old lady Agatha Christie wrote about. There was there was a story that actually did have a similar plot where somebody gets killed in a stage during stage rehearsals.
I think that's what it is.
Okay.
I think there's that series. Like, I think the murder mystery obviously is a worthy concept of doing and seeing more movies. But
yes,
Clue in particular, when it's based on a board game, and if they do it, it'll probably be more based on the movie than just a takeoff of the game.
Yeah.
I just don't know how it'll work out.
Yeah, exactly. And plus, I know a lot of people hate the original Clue movie. They find it very unfunny and unmemorable, but it's like that was a movie I think was like lightning in a bottle when you had all these great cast members and a generally funny script that's worth revisiting, even knowing that ultimately the movie is kind of a low budget bottleneck film. Best way to describe it. So
yeah, I've seen that get pretty negative reviews. Like, it's a cult movie, to be sure, but it's gotten a lot of hate from people, even when it came out. Even so.
Oh yeah, and even today, a lot of people think it's incredibly overrated. But it's like, for crying out loud, it's like, I still think it's hilarious. You know, it's Tim Curry at his best, and he's surrounded by a lot of really good actors and comedians too. And there's some generally funny bits here and there. Granted, though, I know one of the complaints is that none of the characters are likable, especially if, like, I'm not the one who subscribes the idea that the last ending is the true ending, because each ending is valuable.
That's what I don't like about it, is that it ends with the weakest ending.
Yeah, yeah, and most likely they just use that as a gag. It's like, oh, but here's how it really happened. When of course when you
I
know
think the concept is nice, but I just
Mhm.
think they should have thought it through. And poor Wadsworth getting
Yeah,
shot.
yeah. Well, no, here's the thing. Yeah, if you know the context of what the original endings were about, you know, it's like they're supposed to be randomized depending on theater.
Yeah, but yeah, you'd go into a different theater and see a different ending, and I think
Yeah.
that's fun.
Yeah, yeah, and with that in mind, yeah, basically each ending has their own merits of whether they're true or not. It's a multi-choice story. Unfortunately, by adding that stupid little subtitle at the beginning of the home video version, it just kind of ruins it. And yeah, Wadsworth works better as a good guy character, I think, especially when you consider his tragic origins with his wife and what Mr. Body did to him.
I love the quote though. Communism was just a red herring. Hearing that.
Yeah, a lot of funny dialogue too. So and the character interactions are so great too. So, oh god, it's like I love the fact that Wadsworth, like what is it? Oh god, Natalie Kahn's character, who I have to,
Natalie Kahn.
yeah, who I swear was probably one of my first childhood crushes. Her in that movie. Like I know there was the buxom blonde maid, and of course our Norma actress, but yeah, like
Yes,
Natalie.
Leslie Ann Warren as Miss Scarlet.
Yes, yes, but no, Natalie Kahn was always my favorite gal in the whole movie. So, but no, that the hilarious bit where they're like she's in trouble in the dark and he's trying to get to her and he accidentally turns on the shower. It's a stupid gag, but somehow always makes me smile.
Well, I don't dislike Ryan Reynolds, but I don't know if you can assemble that great of a cast anymore. I think that's what, Knives Out is a brilliantly written movie and directed and all that too, but a lot of it comes from the strength of the ensemble cast that they've collected.
Yeah, which is
And same thing with Glass Onion too. It's a really strong cast. You just have to find the right people. That's what disappointed me with See How They Run, was that everybody was sort of phoning it in and winking to the audience.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So, okay, with that says, I am kind of losing it right now, so we might have to call it quits soon.
Okay.
Okay. All right, hold on. Goji Shea says, it's hot, one of your favorite celebrities to do an impression. If so, I'm not surprised you love it, Raph. Okay. Oh, what is it? Knives Out movies closest to the new Clue movies. Oh, it's true. Okay. Sorry, now I'm starting to ramble on. It's like, blah, 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 celebrities hot. Yeah.
I'm very confused.
Yeah, so Goji say, please, for my brain cells that are dying right now, please let me know what's up. What you're trying to say there, buddy. And it's sad too because I'm working on this blue alien lady. I'm trying to avoid doing the shading on her boobs just to be a classy guy.
Yeah, I saw a little of that gross creature you were drawing. Okay, I'll read the comment here. Yeah, watching Critical Role actually made me interested in giving D&D. Yeah, the Knives Out movies are the closest I want to. Knives Out movies are the closest I want to a new Clue movie.
Okay, good point.
So he doesn't want a Clue movie. It's not one of your favorite celebrities to do an impression of, so I'm surprised you love it, Rap. Okay, well he's probably just it's got is what he's trying to say. So he's talking about Tim Curry.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because you do such a great impression of Tim Curry.
Thank you. Okay, now, no, I'm too tired to be doing Tim Curry. I gotta be in the right state of mind. I gotta take some stimulants and drugs, and then spend like 8 hours of meditation before I can do Tim Curry. Yes! Oh, damn it, I'm there. I'm there already. So, and don't worry, this girl, despite being part of the same species as Miss Blue, she's a much more wholesome character. Although, with that says, I'm thinking of putting a fishnet.
She's got holes, all right.
I'm thinking of putting a fishnet to cover the cleavage, just to kind of, make that less obvious. So, but we'll see what happens. So, it's my niche. Besides, I got the ape done pretty much well, so that worked out okay. So.
Yeah. Oh, is this that?
No.
Oh.
No, I got ape done here. I should save it again, just be safe. No, cat. No more food for you. You've gone crazy. No. Okay, original kaiju, not going to do that. And yeah, Buxa Yagma here. Yeah, no, she's a character who's relatively wholesome, but no, I think I gotta stop doing the cleavage. I think that's my big weakness. Brayton's like taking notes. Cleavage, use it to send Raph off a cliff.
I hope you get strangled by a push-up bra.
But the 99-cent store, ooh, cheap clothes. Ah, push a bra.
Yep.
Okay. It's not my fault. Okay, do you want to talk a little more after the stream?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, now I'm going to get yelled at. Oops a doozy. So, oops a hoops. Roopity doopity. Nibbity dibbity. Ribbity rib rib. Zippity zappity. Okay, you want to join me? This is the official.
That answers that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What is wrong with you, cat? What? You want me to give you attention? You want to come up here and talk with a Brayton? Cats have such small heads. They fit in my fists. Then you go like, crush it, crush it, crush, crush, crush.
Meow Mix comes in 2 varieties, original and seafood middles. A medley of mackerel, tuna, and crunchy centers bursting with seafood flavor. Meow Mix tastes so good, cats ask for it by name.
Is that what you're trying to tell me, cat? Meow. Okay.
I want sausages.
Oh my god, I can talk. Kill it.
Sausages, sausages.
It's a dog disguised as a cat.
Oh my god. Oh, wait a minute. That's just a raccoon.
Oh, one of those. They're babies.
They're babies. Yeah, that was so weird. I haven't seen that family since. They know how to stay away from this house. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to lose it a bit here. Okay, Goji Shay, if you have any final questions, now's the time to ask them while I prepare the end music.
You're like a poor Dr. Doolittle.
Why? Because I fell in love with a seal once? How can a man make love to a seal? I wonder why.
Hey, baby, you get my seal of approval.
Rex Harrison is the seal doer. Tonight on TCM. Hi, I'm the ghost of Robert Osborne. I am so sorry for the movie you're about to watch. And then Ben Mankiewicz puts him in a
Cary
ghost
Grant got drunk on vacation one time, and this was the result. Oh, Lucille, you're such a shame.
Judy, 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 there's a seal making love to Rex Harrison.
It's all wet and slimy. Oh, she's slipping and sliding. Oh, my goodness.
Okay, hold on. All right, so I'm done with Buxa Yagma. Even her
Yuck.
name's
Gesundheit.
Yeah, that's her
Sounds like
name.
Frickin' chicken witch.
I know. She looks like a Russian fairy tale sex version of it. So, the original design was way worse. I toned it down immensely, and she's supposed to be a wholesome character, but yeah, it's not with those things looking at you. Her eyes. Okay, say goodbye to Busa.
F off.
She's not Miss Blue, so. Okay, and I got the ape here. Hold on, just gotta double check. Oh, I thought you were playing drums back there.
No, I'm trying to drown you out. Drown out the unpleasantness.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you done?
Yeah, basically. Well, I'm gonna play one last thing before the end of the night. So.
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah. No, we'll talk a little bit after the show, so. Yeah, no. Goji Shay, if I do something like this again in the week, I think it might be Tuesday night, and it'll just be a pure me watching kaiju stuff with you. So, but no, Brayton, thank you for giving me the opportunity to hang out here with me.
Yeah.
No, thank you for hanging out with me, but also the opportunity of maybe doing a whole raft month. We'll see what happens. I got weird tastes. So.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's not going to be any sexy. Let's watch a Christopher Lee movie.
Well,
Check out my buns.
I can get down with that.
Yes. Okay. All right, hold on. Where are you? No, cat. Okay.
What the hell is up with Danny Elfman these days? Have you seen pictures of him?
No.
Looks like a escape from Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Look at this guy. Google a picture right now of modern day Danny Elfman.
I will. But okay, wait, hold on. Okay, thank goodness. Okay, I found the video I wanted to end tonight since since we talked about anacondas earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put in Danny Elfman.
He's got orange hair. He's shirtless. Looks like Carrot Top mixed with Kid Rock or something. I don't know.
Okay, hold on. I gotta go through this Google test. Pick every image with a motorcycle. Okay. Holy shit, you're right. He looks
modern day Danny Elfman. Look at how terrifying this is.
Yeah, this is a midlife crisis. Like, he was doing okay with the short hair and the bit of gray, but yeah, no, this is... He has tattoos, too? Oh my god, okay, no. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I know we've talked about the possibility that this show is cursed and that everybody we mention positively is going to die. But
death would be a blessing.
Yeah, but no. Based on what I see with Danny Elfman here, with his giant monster muscles and the hair extensions and the pale, wrinkly skin, I think Danny Elfman is going to go crazy and he's going to go hide up in the same cabin with Dennis Quaid. So.
Oh, that's depressing because I like his stuff. I like
Dennis Quaid?
No, I liked Dennis Quaid occasionally, but I liked Danny Elfman, some Oingo Boingo here and there, but I really love his music, film music.
Yeah.
His scores, but
yeah,
geez.
But no, this is horrifying.
What does John Williams look like? Hold on, do a quick Google search. Oh my god!
He has a giant earring through his belly. I'm John Williams, bitch. Yeah.
No, but yeah, I saw a thumbnail of an interview with him, and that spawned me into this panic here.
Yeah, like what happened? He used to, he was doing okay, aging well. Now he just, oh my god, no.
It's pretty shocking.
Yeah, that's just terrible. No, Danny, no.
But I like his music, so that's what I was worrying. At least he can still channel his. Oh, I don't know. I haven't heard anything recently that I loved, but I like some of the even more unconventional Danny Elfman scores. Like he does the score for A Simple Plan, which is a great movie. It's another Sam Raimi movie, but that music is very unlike him and very sort of Southwest like music, sort of in the desert inspired. And his soundtrack for Midnight Run is amazing too. That's sort of a funk jazz score.
Oh, isn't that the science fiction movie with
No, we had this conversation before earlier. No, you're thinking of either Midnight Special or Miracle Mile. Midnight Run is that Charles Grodin, Robert De Niro buddy comedy film.
Mm-hmm.
Where
yeah, you recommended that one.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. We might do that for Fully Endorsed. I don't know if we'll do that on here, but it's definitely worth checking out. And just listen to the music to it. It gets you in that funky 80s mood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the one. It's directed by the Beverly Hills Cop guy, which I'm not a fan of that movie. I think this is way, way better and way underseen.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, no, thank you, Brayton, for recommending movies.
Well, and I thank you for scarring you with this picture of
this is generally terrifying. Yeah, no, I think Danny Elfman's gonna go crazy, or he's gonna I don't know, get into a violent fight with Mariah Carey at a Hollywood restaurant or something.
Well, it looks like if Carrot Top was a Rob Zombie fan.
Yeah.
It's very off-putting.
Yeah, no, he was aging well. What happened? Why did he choose this look?
Why don't you write him, Raph?
No, I'm afraid he'll come and get me. It'll be like The Ring, except this big beefy thing trying to fit through the small screen. This is Danny Elfman. This is Danny Elfman. No, go away. In this screen, my biceps are stuck.
I think a lot of these Have a good foundation for some horrifying fan art.
No. Oh my god. I still owe a lot. There's a lot of stupid ideas I still owe. I still got to do the picture of the man from Planet X fighting a Jonah Arc. I still got to. Oh god. So. But anyways, yeah. So you wanted to hear what a bluesgrass version of Anaconda would sound like.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll end the night on this 3-minute song. It's kind of a catchy little ditty. But hold on, share screen, share audio. Got it. Okay. All right. Hopefully you can hear it. If not, everyone else will hear it. But yeah, since we're on Twitch, I can end it with a music video. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'll try to re-edit this and archive it on YouTube, but if not, this.
Oh no!
Don't worry, I'll get rid of all the bits where we're talking about cats and poop and farts.
No, I mentioned my penis about 6 times. Please.
Oh man.
Let this be a one-off.
I'll ask this question again in the next stream, I suppose. Okay, what was your question? Back on the Outer Limits, is there any episodes from the 80s show you think are as good as the original show? Not really, and that was more the 90s Outer Limits. Because, yeah, when they brought back the Outer Limits, it was in the early 90s. I think 92 or 93. But, yeah, I don't really remember anything much about the new Outer Limits. So, like, there were some episodes that may have been clever here and there, but for the most part, it didn't help that the new Outer Limits series from the 90s just had the same twist ending in every freaking episode. Like, it didn't matter if the story was positive or negative. It always ended with the same horror movie twist. It's almost as bad, if not worse, than the new Outer Limits with Keenan and Kel. So,
plenty great Twilight Zone 1980s episodes, though.
Oh yeah, no, definitely, absolutely. Even the ones that are flawed are still have some good elements in there. So
yeah, just avoid the. Though I do kind of like their remake of A Game of Pool. But you can skip out on the Night of the Meek remake.
Oh god, I imagine that one would be pretty terrible. Yeesh.
At least it's not shot on videotape.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that is true. So, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end with I forgot what this band, Postmodern Jukebox, which is a band that takes popular contemporary songs and do like old timey covers on them. And for Anaconda, they decided to do a vintage bluegrass hoedown version of it. But yeah, I don't know. It just feels right playing this because we're horrible people.
Gotta get him to do a cover of Sexy Jellyfish.
No, I don't agree with. Like, she agreed with you, Fluffy.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I'll end the night here, and I'll talk to you later. All right. Well, I'll talk to you after the stream. I'll see you, Goji Shay, on. You'll see us Sunday for Little Miss Sunshine, and then Tuesday I'll just do a regular kaiju movie watch on Twitch. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, Anaconda, bluesgrass style.